Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Ooh la la, we have so much to cover, so much going on in the world, so many false flags all over the world, and we'll be looking at that. First of all, I'm going to bring in my Facebook. I've just been blowing up not Facebook, but X today. If you follow me on X, you've been getting a treat because I've been sharing so many things. Pretty amazing. We have of course, Carl Reiner and his wife died. We're going to start there and move along. All right. So nope, we're not going to move along with that because that's me. So move along with the screen that I wanted, guys. Come on. All right. So X. Everybody's been blowing up X today. There's been so much good content on X. Quite amazing. So you see here, actor Gene Hackman, our deep state hit team, possible witnesses being removed. So that's my take on a lot, because we have a lot of actors that are dying right now, right? And I believe we're going to have a lot of celebrities in a lot of different areas are going to start to pass away because the deep state is trying to cover their tracks. So we know there are families, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, and so forth, the Bush family, the Clinton family. All these people are deep state little puppets. And yes, Rothschilds, puppets. There's people higher. You know that I've talked about this. These reptilian humanoid type people. And you know, you can believe that or not. It doesn't matter to me, but I've seen it personally. And a lot of people talk about it over the years. I've talked about it for a long time. But on the lower scale of things, we have the little manipulators like Rob Reiner. All right. So he was definitely a deep state puppet boy. It's sad that anyone dies. I think it's theirs. It's quite literally. And there's been people that have a conversation with God. We used to talk about how you choose. And there was, you guys know my story. There was a time where that's too bad I couldn't help humanity. And I was like, and Archangel Mike was like, oh, really? We'll put you back in, see how that works out for you. Oh boy. I don't regret it. It's been a great time, but I should have been gone a long time ago. So some people decide. And that's be that as it may in your belief system. This is one of those times where we're seeing a lot of people are going to go bye-bye. All right. Good, bad, the ugly. All right. So like that movie with Clint Eastwood. Wah, 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 wah. Now there was this chief. He puts out information. He put out that Tina Peters was freed by SEAL Team 6. And I got to get the feel for it. But I'm like, sometimes it's good to put this stuff out because it shows the deep state where consciousness is going. It's like, we want this. We want our SEAL Team 6 guys. I've talked about this. And I said that if they go in there, these contractors that are in this prison system, they're not going to resist, right? They're not going to resist. And so the story was that SEAL Team 6 guys showed up to, free Tina Peters, and the guard stood aside, and she was free, taken someplace where she could heal. And I was like, I'm hearing that from some that is false. We asked Juan, and Juan's like, no, that's BS. We just had some people that were with her just recently, and I was like, that's good. But circulating disinformation sometimes, which they do constantly, they circulate this bullshit, and it's disinformation. They do this information all the time. So let's throw a little bit on them. How about that, guys? I think we are too nice. We're all like, we're just truthers. We don't put out bullshit information. And there's something to be said to that, but we are at war. And there's a lot of disinformation coming from the Luciferian side. So you need to push back on them. All right. You need to, joke them, hack them, stop out their lies as fast as possible. so they don't get ahead. All right. So this is from Ariel Proletario 1. He says blackmail is life insurance in Hollywood. So all these people have blackmail on them. They've done bad things, all of them. They're all pedos, right? And they're all like, not all of them, but many of them go next level and are involved in sacrifice and adrenochrome and all this kind of stuff. That's been coming out quite a bit lately, hasn't it? And they like to use the Russia. There's this deep state side of the industrial military complex that decides sometimes whether people live or not. They decide a lot, and they decided JFK because he was working with his counterpart in Russia, all right, to avoid war, because the CIA and the military industrial complex had tried to push war, nuclear war, with Cuba Missile Crisis. So he's like, you guys, CIA, you guys suck, right? So I'm gonna go around you guys. So they found out about that and then executed him in front of the world, right? These people are evil, right? So they have blackmail on a lot of people that do this type of work. And especially in Hollywood, once it is taken away, you are no longer considered leverage to whoever used you to work through on their behalf. So what he's saying there is that a lot of these Hollywood types are just puppets. So Carl Reiner was a puppet. He put out a lot of nasty things about Donald Trump. He had Trump derangement syndrome, stage 4, right? Stage 4 is where because that he was prophetic as well. So let me show you. I'm going to go all the way to the top. I just posted this because I just saw this before I came on. It says, I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime. Rob Reiner. The power of the tongue, says Don Lucre. All right. So TDS and a prophet. Right. So, wow, the guy was he was very talented, wasn't he? Not only could put out a lot of good movies, which is probably most of the movies we see, of course, are military industrial complex movies they want us to watch. That old, bread and circus stuff. Speaking of bread and circus, we've seen a lot of bread and circus shootings, haven't we? All right. So let's move on to this one. Here we have, after surviving October 7th. So he was in October 7th too. It's interesting how a lot of these people are at all of these different shootings. Doesn't that make you go, yeah, let's watch this boy. Here's another one. Nancy Pelosi has just been subpoenaed by the Department of Justice in a federal criminal case in the Northern District of California, but no official word on the charges. What could it be? So it kind of reminds me of that Men at Work. Who can it be now? So that was a great song back in my day, a long time ago, in the SEAL teams, hanging out with the Aussies. All right. So money laundering, bribery, racketeering, insider trading. If they start to convict these people of insider trading, we're going to have a handful, which is good to me. I'm good with it. People left in Congress and the Senate. That's all we need, really. They can represent us. We're like, okay, this is really, we the people want this. Can you guys get that done? Aye, 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 Captain Humanity, America. Not the United States. The United States of America. The United States is a corporation. All right, watch my show I just did with Michelle, and you're going to be blown away. Michelle Melendez, really, really good show. She lays it all out. I've never seen it laid out perfectly like she's done it. All right. So, yeah, my wife Tracy said I should have her and Sheila Holm on together. That would be quite a little, and she's going to work on it. So see how we're like a family, all of us. my wife here, she's listening. She's like, we're going to get a show like that. And oh, it's great. Right. Now we know that her gay husband has shady investments, and her son's corrupt business dealings in China and Ukraine that have illegally raked in over $100 million for the Pelosi family. And Nancy Pelosi personally via a massive influence peddling scheme. All right. Of course, that goes all the way back to her daddy, who was the mayor of Baltimore, which was the heroin capital of the world for a while, of America. And he made that happen. So it's a criminal crime family. They're in the business of politics and criminality. So we need to get these criminals out of our political system, guys. And Nancy Pelosi should be one of the first stops. Get her out. Get her out now. All right. All right. So, like I said, I got a lot for you. If it'll even pull up anymore, they're probably like going to me. It's like, shut him down on X. Shut him down. He's revealing too much. No, too late. All right. Rob Reiner was the founder of Castle Rock Entertainment. Remember Castle Rock Studios and all the crazy stuff we uncovered? Yeah. That was Joe Biden, or the actor that was playing President Joe Biden, the president, that never was, that he was basically taken and executed. Right. So we had there's more. There's much more. So Lynn Wood has a huge following, millions. He said Franken once joked about child rape during a comedic roast of film director Rob Reiner. I have that on my site. It's up here. So here's the little Castle Rock. There's his son. He was posing with dad. Enjoy the show, guys. All right, Castle Rock show. The show is get the popcorn. Frankenstein laid out a scene where Reiner's father, Carl, would invite famous friends over to rape his son. They're all in our face with this stuff. And everybody's like, like what? Like, because they could get away with it at one time. Not so much anymore. On a typical night, Carl would slip into Rob's bed, roll him over, swab him down with oil, I guess, and say something like, I'm thinking about hiring Morey Amsterdam to play Buddy Sorrell. What do you think? I have no idea what that is, but maybe some of you do, but there it is. Frankenstein said, well, the success of the Dick Van Dyke show changed things dramatically. Carl started inviting many of his famous friends to F his son. He goes out and just says it right out. That list includes some of the greats in comedy. Paul Lynde, Dom DeLuise, Rip Taylor, Danny Kaye, Charles Nelson Riley. Wow, who would have thought? I would have. So here we go. Here is Epstein Island's visitors. Of course, Carl Reiner is right there. All right. Rob Reiner, not Carl Reiner. I'm sorry. Rob Reiner. Robbie. All right. All right. Move along now. Right. This thing is getting stuck. I'm overloading the system. All right. Go back then. System overload. Yeah. Look at that. It won't move. It's like whoop, whoop, whoop. All right. Come on. Let's go back. It doesn't want to play. We're not going to let you disclose anymore, Mike. So, all right. Anyway, I guess I'll just stop sharing and move on, because I don't need maybe the big words I use. You're being graphic. Tracy said I was being graphic. Little boy effers. So yeah, that could probably be the case. Yeah. All right. So anyway, I guess I'm still here on YouTube, but X was like, oh, too much. Stop it. All right. So I'll stop. I'll move on to something else. I got plenty. All right, let's look at the weather. The weather's getting pretty cray-cray out there. And I know a lot of you, like I said, would be experiencing winter way before winter, and it would be a way cold winter for a way long time. But I guess it's going to like take a break. It's going to warm up a little bit for some of you. But here in a few days, you're going to be seeing a lot of white stuff out there. Right. So we're going to have a very white Christmas. In fact, we're going to have feet and feet and feet. Because remember I said we're going to have like lots of waves of energy of rain and snow, right? So atmospheric rivers, they call it. So that's what we have coming our way. And I'm going to share the screen. We'll look at some of this. Snow is going to be cray for us on the west. So here we have tropical tidbits. Everything's moving very slow. Might have to change my provider. All right, so watch this in time. So the date is today, the 15th, and then we're going to start moving through time, forward into time. So we're starting to see today the snow is coming down. So those guys in Washington, a lot of the rain in the beginning is going to turn to snow. So they had warmer temperatures. So the snow they had in the mountains melted and fed the rivers and caused epic flooding, dikes breaking, flooding everywhere on an epic level that no one's ever seen before. So here we go. We're into 2 days out from now. It's starting to go down through the mountains of Oregon. And it's really going to start to come in big now, right? All across. So East Coast, Midwest, West Coast, West, Midwest, East Coast. Boom. Everybody gets it. So the 19th is when we're going to start to get the snow. And then watch how much snow. So I'm in that little point right there on the other side of California. So I'm not going to be in California until they take down Gavin Newsom. Hopefully my some good people come in there and take it down. I don't know. We'll see. All right. So here it goes. All the way down the mountain coast of mountain range of California. And it's just going to start to pile up. When you see it go white, which it will around the 21st, actually it's 23rd right now, 24th. So 24th, it's going to start to get white. That means 4 feet, right? And then it's going to get a lot wider as time goes on. And it's going to spread to more states. And it's going to do that all the way into the New Year. So see all that white in California right now? That's all the way up to New Year's Eve. So it says 27 inches there. But the white means upwards of 4 feet. So in the high mountains, probably going to get 4 feet. Skiers are going to love it. I'm going to love it. It's going to be pretty. We'll show you guys. Will see it. It'll be out there. So nice. All right. So what else? So manhunt. So not only in Bondi do we have false flags, but we have them in America too. And we have shoot day Saturday, and of course, because the Aussies are a little bit ahead of us, I think, or are they a different time. I think they're on there's like the time zone thingy that goes down, daytime thing. I think they're on a different day, so it would have been our Saturday, their Sunday, where they had their shooting, and we have our shooting, because the deep state, they like to do bread and circus on Saturdays, right? They don't like to affect the stock market because they like to make money, right? So if they're going to do something cray-cray, they do it on the weekend. I don't know why, but that's my understanding. They don't want to upset the stock market because they're manipulating that, and the casino, pays them out really well. They jack it up and down. Ask the Fed about that. The federal, which is not federal, it's private banking system, and I think they're going to go bye-bye pretty soon. That they're stationed along with the IRS in Puerto Rico, which is a territory. It's not a state. It's not the United States of America. It's a United States Corporation of America, and they restrict because the people of Puerto Rico want to be a state, right? Although some of them, don't because they benefit from the tax advantage, but like the IRS and the Corporation of the Federal Reserve, they don't want that. And so they're over there, they're making, not have to pay taxes, but we do. And it's because of them that we pay taxes, right? So they've all got to go. And it's like, what in the heck? So we got hijacked. We had our country hijacked. A lot of these, Tracy says we got low jacked. All right. So here we are, Brown University shooter. Manhunt continues because the guy that they had was not the guy. All right. And so they have watch this. I mean, when this happened, I'm almost like screaming. My wife gets kind of a little concerned about me when I get all pissed off. And I'm like, what the F? University? And you have him walking away? That's all you got? And they said he's wearing black. And we don't have a good look at his face because he's walking away. So you have cameras everywhere. You have phones everywhere. People recording everything. Any one of us would go outside and pee in the yard and cop cars would show, put him in jail. But this guy comes in and supposedly, I've reported on some of these school shootings, and I'm like, no. All right. This, and of course, what is the one thing they always do? It's their calling card. And hey, deep state, we're on to you. Every time you say there's multiple shooters, it's like, okay, deep state, multiple shooters. I'm like, okay, deep state. Right. So, yep, that's their calling card because they can't make anything else up. They go off the same script over and over again. Multiple shooters. Just want to slap them. Come on. Give us something to work with that's kind of exciting. It's so stupid. Right? So that's what we have with this Brown University shooting, in my opinion, guys. Manhunt continues for Brown University shooter as questions swirl about campus security. Where was campus security? Where was campus security when, there was a lot of security because you see them all running around in other shootings, right? So it's like, come on. If you're going to have a shooting, have some security do something good. And we're not having that. So we got CK, because I can't talk about CK. You know who CK is. He's got a wife that's called Erica. And, they have some kind of racket going on with that. I don't know what it is, what kind of false flag it is. I don't know what it's about, but, I called it out very early on, and I can't talk about it because when I talk about it here, the video got taken down. So it's just my opinion. I'm just looking at information. I'm not making a judgment. It is what it is. Carl Reiner, it's sad that he died. It's sad. Like I said, it's sad to anybody. Everybody attacked him on the leftist side. So I don't think we're attacking Carl Reiner. We're just pointing some stuff out that he was at TDS stage 4. It's like, and X won't let me show that, I guess. But there's a long list. If you go to my X account, Michael Jaco 9, that's how many Twitter accounts I had that were taken away. I'm on the 9th one. Who knows if this one's going to last. So we are seeing bread and circus, in my opinion, right? And I just look at stuff from my background as, 35 years in combat zones, shooting, blowing stuff up, and seeing people that have been shot, right? And seeing the results of shooting and all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking at stuff and I go, bullshit, right? Bullshit. And, there's other people say that too. I'm not the only one. I'd like to have Ole on, and we could discuss this. We have a nice discussion on this one, I bet, and he would be of the same opinion. I guarantee. All right, let's listen to silliness.
Still at large after a mass shooting at Brown University. 2 students were killed and 9 others hurt when a gunman opened fire on Saturday. ABC's Rena Roy has the latest.
An urgent manhunt is back on in the mass shooting at Brown University. The gunman still on the loose, with authorities in Rhode Island saying a person of interest who was detained has now been released.
Sometimes you head in one direction and then you have to regroup and go in another.
Police say they're still looking for the person.
All right, so that's the only thing they have on this guy. That's the only thing. And there's no other cameras. There's no other pictures. And I was like, in the beginning, I was like, why don't you put out how tall he is, what he was wearing, and, the direction he was going in? There could be concerned citizens out there that may get some video or give us some feedback. How tall is this guy? I mean, how tall? What's the height of that sign right there? What's the height of that wall? And then you just go from there. It's like he's like 5'10" or 6'2" or whatever it is. It's a 6'2" male. That is definitely not a woman that's walking there. I would say, I don't want to start to make assessments and say the race that I believe that is, but I don't know. Because it could turn out to be like a Erickson guy who's obviously a whitey, and was somebody else involved? Was it like another Caucasian type person? Maybe not. I don't know. But I look at, I've been looking at Gates for a long time, and I can kind of tell some stuff sometimes. I'm not always completely right, but you guys think. You guys tell me. I don't want to jump to conclusions because some social media sites don't like that. You jump to conclusions, they say, and we're going to just take you down. It's like, okay, all right. I'm just an expert here. I don't know. I don't really know anything. I've been at this for 35 plus years, intuitive remote viewer, and I can see things before they happen. And I don't know. I don't see this. I go look at this and I'm not seeing anything, right? Kind of like from that movie. All right. So with Bruce Willis.
Seen in this surveillance footage walking on campus moments after the shooting that left at least 2 students dead and 9 others injured on Saturday evening.
After a review of the evidence that was gathered, it was determined that the person of interest needed to be released.
Providence Mayor Brett Smiley.
Wow. He released. We got our man. No, we don't. And the guy that was probably did it, he's long gone now. Oh, sorry about that, guys. We just effed that up. Maybe if we put out, what this guy, his dimensions and so forth right away, instead of like sitting on it for a long time, like we know what we're doing, and you guys don't, because it's all false flaggy. Bye-bye.
Speaking today on GMA.
And after this individual was released last night, I understand that anxiety level has risen in our community. We've continue to receive 0 credible threats to our community.
Authorities say the shooting happened Saturday just before 4 p.m. in the engineering building where final exams and study sessions.
I wonder, like when some of these guys, police officers, fire department, whatever, go to these events and they see it's all bullshit because we know they do, or it's misdirection, or things just don't add up. And I wonder what they really think. And we don't really get to hear from them often, do we, about that? So, and we haven't really heard from anybody of, substance about this. We had the talking heads that come in, and like I've heard them on Fox. It's like all these experts come in. It's like, yeah, you same people saying the same shit about all these shootings. Wow. All right.
Were underway. Students barricading themselves inside classrooms, hiding under desks.
Promise, police! Hands! We're here to help you. Just listen to what we have to say, okay?
One of the two victims killed, identified by her church as Ella Cook. The College Republicans of America posting this photo on social media, saying Cook was the vice president of the group at Brown. Senior Ben Marcus says she was a sophomore and very good friend.
Part of Republicans. Are Republicans going to be targeted now? Is that what this is going to be about?
It was nothing but peaceful and pleasant. Really, her loss is really, really a big hit for the Brown community.
Now, authorities are asking the public to scour their own photos and videos from the scene, saying there are not many cameras inside this building here.
All right. So now they're asking. All right. So, it's pretty much a shit show. And, I don't know. Was there multiple shooters involved in this one too? They didn't put out multiple shooters on this one, I don't think. But maybe. I think so. I think at first they said multiple shooters. And now it's like multiple people that they think did it. Because at first we're going, nope, that guy's not, and they'll bring somebody else in. Nope, that guy wasn't either. And then people are just going to go, okay. And then it's like, okay, just put those two that, supposedly scrub that, and let's put them on the next shooting. All right. Move that crew to the next site where we're going to have the next shooting. Right. That's how that works, guys. These are crews that move from place to place all over the world and do these false flag events, right? And that's something, Ole Demigard, he's like an expert of this. He's like, if you see, like, if they have a picture of all these shoes, it's like the soul. It's like the soul has been taken from these people. So if we get pictures of shoes, random shoes, people have been blowing out of their shoes. It's like, okay, that's another calling card. Because I think, we kind of pointed that out, and they don't do that anymore. So maybe the multiple shooter thing, now that I'm pointing that out, maybe they won't do that anymore. They're like, oh, they're on to us. We got to stop doing the multiple shooter, because now everybody knows it's a fakeness. It's fakeness, right? So I don't know. Maybe they'll come up with some, because sometimes these things do have real shootings. All right. The one in Vegas, there was a lot of different things going on there. They said this one guy was shooting with one weapon from one room. And then there's people talking about how there's helicopters, people shooting, people being shot from helicopters. And I know people that were literally there, gunshots running out, people getting shot and stuff, and they're legit. But, sometimes, like with CK, someone can get shot and it looks real, but it's not. It's not. So there's that too. I don't know. We have to really be aware of how these people are doing the bread and circus on us.
No, we have to be vigilant now.
We have to be vigilant, my wife says. So sometimes I'll let her throw in some good stuff, and she does. All right.
I'll be quiet.
And she told me to, be quiet. All right. So,
Okay, I'll be quiet.
or I'll be quiet. Okay, whatever. You can add, come up and, why don't you pull up a chair? All right. So, that would be fun, wouldn't it? Once a week, or once a month or whatever. My wife does. We do a show together. All right. Global times. This is good, guys. Over 1 million Chileans. Actually, they always downsize these numbers, because I saw there were 3 million plus, but in this one they say 1 million. I'm surprised they didn't say several thousand. Right? So that's normally what they do. But this is over 1 million Chileans took to the streets on Friday, which is believed to be one of the largest protests. And what is the result? What is the result of the people rising up? Well, some good things. All right. So Chile takes hard right. Of course, this is the press, so they're going to say, Donald Trump is a hard right. And now they're going to say that Chile, after 35 years of having all of these baddies run their country, has now gone hard right. Now, this guy that basically came in, Jose Antonio Cast, K-A-S-T, trying to share the screen, but it's like being very slow. There it is. Wow, what's going on with my internet? So, well, I guess we know. They're trying to restrict me. So declares Chile want to change. So he ran twice before this. He's got nine kids. All right, he's a stud, and people loved him. You saw the protests that were happening, and that was for him. They're pushing back on the left, guys, and the people that were manipulating the polls and the elections and so forth. They came out in force, and they got this gentleman elected, and they're going to be very happy with him, I believe, just like we're happy with Trump, unless you're a leftist. Chile elected its most right-wing president in 35 years. They're calling him, I guess the guy dressed up as Trump was in their celebratory, event, and it was all happiness. And so probably President Trump's going to like this guy. He hasn't spoken out yet, but Marco Rubio spoke out, and the president of Brazil spoke out. Chile wanted change. He told thousands of elated supporters Sunday evening, vowing to restore respect for the law. Wow, that's a concept, isn't it? Kind of like, what President Trump has done. Once one of America's safest, was it really? Right. Or was that part of the left, just like they did here, creating something that wasn't real? I don't know. That's what I think. All right. I could be wrong. Violent social protest and an influx of foreign organized crime groups. Kind of like, and I would play it, but X is not letting me play. Trump said today in a press brief, like I have been saying for months, that some of these governors, and definitely the Colorado governor, is part of organized crime. President Trump actually said that today, right? I sometimes make the script that some of these people use, I think, right? So I like it because I'm ahead of the game. And you guys are ahead of the game because you're hearing it, here. So, in Santiago, Cast supporters beep car horns, wave flags, and cheered a man who has repeatedly defended. So retiree Gina Mello hoped Cast would deploy the military. Don't we as well? All right. To the streets from day one. Lock up all the drug traffickers and the drug trafficker people that, benefit from that. The Pelosi's, the governors like Newsom and Colorado governor and Illinois governor and New York governor and who knows whatever governor. So here a governor, there a governor, everywhere a governor that's being, bought out by the cartels, guys. At this point, you should know this. All right. Supporters sang the national anthem, chanted Pinochet, Pinochet, and clasped portraits of the late autocrat. Another Cast voter came dressed as U.S. President Donald Trump. I bet they love that. I bet they love that. Good for them. All right. Congratulations, Chile. All right. You deserve it. You put up with a lot of bullshit just like we have for a long time. Hopefully military hits your streets and cleans them up like we want our streets cleaned up as well, which they're, kind of doing that a little bit already. All right. Bulgaria. Again. 3 million plus people hit the streets. So you guys getting a little clue here? What needs to happen? We, the people, need to get involved. All right. Bulgaria's government resigns after mass protest and just weeks before nation due to join Eurozone. Now they're saying they're still going to join the Eurozone, but not if the people say no. right? Maybe not. Maybe not. There's a big push, I think, to leave Europe, and you guys know I've said that. So Bulgarian government resigns, like I said, after weeks. I'm looking at another one. It's really hard for me to share. Something's squirrely right now. I'm getting hit, I guess. Now, one thing I can do is change who I'm using as provider. So you're going to see me go out, and then I'm going to come back. Might be a few seconds, but don't leave. All right. All right, let's see if we foiled the bastardos and we can get some better coverage now. I'm not going to say the provider that I'm using, so maybe that's the problem too. So, because I've said that on occasions where I'm obviously being hijacked, and they hit the other one too. So, like I said, thousands of Bulgarians rallied. So again, thousands. There were millions for weeks. Millions for weeks, guys. And says, we realized that the protest was against arrogance and conceit. This is not a social protest, but a protest for values. It was not a meeting of political opponents over policies, but over attitudes, and therefore it unites different components of Bulgarian society. All right, so let's see if I can pull this up now. Maybe I can go back to X and pull up some of that stuff now that I've got a little bit better. Things are running a little bit better right now before they track me down. All right, look at all those people. Wow. Does that look like thousands? No. And there's like, there was one where it was at nighttime, and there was like a drone or something that was up in the air and flying around. It was like there were millions of people out protesting. Good for you guys in Bulgaria. Got rid of your corrupt government. This is happening, guys. It is happening. And that's why we're going to see some of these people start to be assassinated and suicided. All right. We're going to see more and more of that as time goes on, because they're going to cover their tracks. They're going to try and exist as long as they can. And if they take out some of the people that have been involved in their puppeteering that would probably talk or could potentially talk, they're taking them out. Right. So that's what we're going to see. I don't think we're already seeing it. We've talked about this coming, and the time is now. All right, so still a little slow, but we'll see what happens. All right. Let me get it to a good spot. All right, so I'll show you guys some of the people that are starting to disappear. Several actors. Where is that one? So I'll just put it up so you guys can see when I'm scrolling through what I'm trying to find. It's moving a little bit better. So some of the stuff you guys have already seen. All right, right here, this guy. So I said, looks like Hollywood is cleansing people who might reveal secrets. Peter Green, who was in Pulp Fiction, I think like 200 different movies, and The Mask, actor dies at 60. Now, it says a mystery. It's a mystery. Nobody checking on him. The nonstop noise caused neighbors to raise the alarm, calling cops in to do a welfare check. A strange note was found next to his body, according to investigators, referring to an Irish-American gang that operated out of Hell's Kitchen in the 1970s. The note read, "I'm still a Westie." I guess that means something to some people, right? So I'm not sure who, but evidently, that's a basically, maybe it's a message to those that are maybe getting out of line. The Westies are going to come get you. I don't know. Who knows? Somebody knows, but me, I'm not into investigating this. It'll be whatever it is. These guys are going to be like, "No, there's nothing. He just had a heart attack and fell on his face." And all right, so Jack Posobiec says, for all the people attacking Trump's post, a day after Rush Limbaugh died, Hollywood filmmaker and deep state puppet boy Rob Reiner attacked the late conservative radio host as a purveyor of disinformation, saying that Americans must protect democracy from others like him. So he launched a social media attack on the late Limbaugh by calling him a liar, warning that other conservative media personalities are trying to deny climate change. Right? Climate change. Yeah, talk to all those people right now that are like freezing. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. All right, so there's the Castle Rock, Franken. Yep, and now this is pretty interesting. Now we've had Candace Owens has been doing a lot of investigating, finding out a lot of stuff that doesn't match, kind of like what I did right in the day of. I do this all the time, day of. I'm like, nope. Here's all the evidence. Nope. And so I got taken down. So I was like, oh, take it down. I'm going to put it over on Rumble. So I got one over the Rumble, got a lot of views. But, I said in this post, I know a few of you still be live. That lie in the middle of be live, believe the Charlie Kirk assassination false flag narrative. Many have left that fake choo-choo train. Are you still on it? All right. Because I get comments sometimes with Michael, I'm so shocked. I'm like, oh my God. So, all right. So as long as you're not saying mean things to me, you can disagree. That's fine. All right. So Eric Kirk has agreed to sit down and talk with Candace Owens, but she has demanded that the conversation take place privately. Privately. Is this a deal situation? You will start to support us or you will go bye-bye, right? And we have a lot of deep states. You know how the CK thing happened? So I don't know. Maybe it's like it's legit. It's like, look, honey, one honey to another honey. We are legit. And I know you think we have done bad things and there's all this conspiracy theory stuff. It's all fake. It was a real shooting. It was real. And Candace would be like rolling her eyes going, I've already discovered that's not a real shooting. Come on. So here we go. Look, what's Ryan Mattis say?
I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Candace Owens and Erica Kirk are allegedly going to be sitting down for a private discussion. Now, Erica Kirk just put out this tweet, and I want to show you this tweet, and then I kind of want to get into this conversation. Candace Owens and I are meeting for a private in-person discussion on Monday, December 15th. At Real Candace Owens and I have agreed that public discussions, live streams, and tweets are on hold until after this meeting. I look forward to a public or a productive conversation. Thank you. And then Candace responded and she said, I am very much looking forward to this discussion. So now the next question I think we should be asking is like, what is the upside for Candace having this discussion this way? Number one, because if she turns it down, she says no to it, then it would kind of be like, oh, well, we offered her this, we offered her that. She turned down both opportunities. So now Candace is in a position where she has to take this closed door meeting, which now as you have this conversation, is Turning Point is trying to draw out and figure out, what does Candace know? What does she have that's so wrong?
What does Candace know? That's a good one, Ryan. I like where you're going with that. So let's just get together. We have some disagreements. Let's have a little chat behind closed doors, no cameras, just me and you, mano y mano, and let's just kind of work this out. What do you know? And she's like, I know this, I know this, I know this. Oh, and somebody that's listening in will be like, dang, she knows too much. All right, so she's on to us. What are we going to do? All right. I don't know, but we got to make her look bad, right? Like we've done the Mike Jago guy. We made him look bad, but still got followers. I don't understand it. We've done so much to like discount him. But that's kind of the way the game's played, guys. I don't know what's going to happen with that. That's very suspect to me. We have. Oh, this is good. Here it is. I thought it was gone, but it is here. All right. So what we have is people trying to spread disinformation about something that's happened that we're finding, like I did on the first within hours, right? Within less than an hour. All right. I saw the shooting. I'm like, that's strange looking. And then I did a show. Then after my show, I went in and there were people making chats about, the shooting. So I was kind of watching that. So I went over and I looked at the video and I'm like, oh, bullshit. Bullshit right away. Boom. Derek Johnson has blown this up too. Derek Johnson and I have done shows together where we blow this out of the water. And he talks about how there's like doubles and that's how they play this game. They have somebody else come in and there's just so many things. My lovely wife does excellent research as well. And she pointed out so many things. So those of us that have eyes to see and ears to hear, we see through this. All right. So I don't know why they're doing this. And there's some fairly legitimate people that are, continuing the narrative. So there's something that they're trying to gain from this. I don't know what that something is, but I'm watching. If I figure it out, or if some of you figure it out, let me know. I know a lot of you guys have some theories like I do, but nothing I can really put my finger on. The only thing that, from what I'm seeing is there is disinformation. I think that what I said is I think that he's in Valhalla, all right, and is part of a group that basically was playing the deep state, and they knew that they were going to get hit. And so they're like, well, let's take control of this and make it a big production that blows them away and exposes them even more. All right. So I think that's what happened with the Trump assassination. I think that's what happened with CK. And there's another group that's back there, that's doing some of these events and making them look real. So I don't know. That's my observation. I've seen these guys, in some of the stuff that I've done before in the past as a Navy SEAL, and I've seen some people come in and do some stuff in other places, right, that were you guys are making a false flag thing, aren't you? Like, okay, I can't talk about it, but I'm watching. So these things go on. And of course, some of it's bread and circus that the deep state's trying to do. And so it kind of rolls a little bit, and we're like, we expose it, but nothing ever happens. It's like just, it's just somebody like comes out with a script, kind of like that War of the Worlds, where H.G. Wells came out and was reading War of the Worlds on radio. And people thought Mars was attacking us. Mars beings were coming in attacking us, and they freaked out. I think they did that on purpose to see what the response would be. And so it's like, you look at all that stuff and you're like, who was it, a good guys playing that, or was it the bad guys playing that? So it's kind of hard to determine sometimes, but I think it's good guys that are playing the CK thing. And people are getting wise to it, and they're trying to like continue the narrative a little bit longer. That's why, they have Erica Trump, lookalike come out and cry, crocodile tears. And, she's wiping her eyes with, what's that? Visine, or something that stimulates the tear ducts. And I think it's just all acting. That's my thoughts. So, you tell me, what do you guys think? Well, I know what you guys think. Most of you guys are in agreement. The rest of you are like watching. So let's watch a little bit more.
Colorado, the poorly run state of Colorado, with a governor who's incompetent, and frankly, with a governor that won't allow our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on. And
all right. So we know this is the deep state that has been caught with their finger in the cookie jar, right? Cheating, and or their hand in the cookie jar. And so they're being exposed. They don't like it. They're trying to make a scene. They're trying to throw disinformation out there that she was a criminal for exposing their cheating. And, now it's come to a point where it's all being exposed. They, got away with it, they thought, for like over 4 years. And now it's coming to a head. And we're probably going to see a lot of political types, have accidents and start to disappear from the scene.
because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and a pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado.
Yes, he said that. He said he's being run by the cartels, like I've been saying. So, it's coming out. So it's good. Guys like me push the envelope. You guys talk it. You guys share it. And then it gets back to President Trump and his team. And it's like, the people are on it. We can expose now. Right. And that's what he just did. All right. This is the way this works, guys. All right. So some of you came in and said nasty things about me posting that SEAL Team 6 came in and rescued her. I felt that it was bullshit, right? But I've talked about it already. I was like, if it comes to the point where the Supreme Court of the United States, it's not of America, so it's the Supreme Court of the United States. So that sounds like the corporation. But anyway, those guys, sometimes they say good things and sometimes they do Roe versus Wade, which was proven to be wrong. And so they got, it was like 40, 50 years. They got away with a false narrative there with Roe versus Wade. So will they have another false narrative? No, because they've already said, once before that Colorado tried to play games and take Trump off the ballot because he was involved in J6. No, that was their 10-mile corporate headquarters for the deep state, right? So we're figuring them out, and it's no, he tried to do the right thing within there, and they hijacked it and made it into something very bad. And so now we're seeing President Trump is saying that, hey, I'm pardoning her. Now I know that they were trying in the background, from Juan O'Savin on several shows. And I look at, he's post information all the time from his other site, but he has been talking about how they have been in the background trying to work this out. It's like, look, we know you had your hand in a cookie jar. She was exposing you. You need to let her go. And they're like, no, we're not going to. We like our cookies. we like to cheat. We want to continue to cheat. And you're not going to stop us. And there's going to be multiple shooters all the time because we don't care that you guys know that when we say multiple shooters, it's only one. Screw you. All right. So President Trump is like, okay. All right. Because we, the people, are like, hey, Tina needs to be let go. We want it. We want it. And calls coming in everywhere. And they're like, God, we got to do something. So Trump is like, all right. So pardon. And now we're going to play the game. We're going to play the game with Colorado because once they lose, once the cookie hand is pulled out and everybody sees, oh, the governor of Colorado should be there. And so it's going to, and Trump actually won the election in Colorado. So when they do that, it's going to be dominoes around the country, guys. So they're going to resist. They've been resisting this massively. putting her in jail for 9 years and resisting, her release. When she is released, it's going to be very, very fast and ugly for them. Fast and furious is coming for them.
And he was afraid to do anything, but he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and...
See how he has the military behind him? Mike is right. My boys are going to go in and get her out. If SCOTUS comes in and says, you need to release her because he's got the right, because it was a federal election and she was exposing federal crimes, and you're putting her in there for a state, you're going to let her free because President Trump is right. And they're going to, if they resist, it's going to be military time. And that's who he has behind him. He's broadcasting here in a way that's telling them it's about to get hot for you guys, right? We're going to go hot on you, you deep state actors, because you're in the wrong. And we have the backing of the American people, and we're doing the right thing for the good people of America. We're not concerned about the people that want to do crimes, the cartels and extreme leftists, the Carl Reiners. We don't care about that anymore. We're pushing back on that now. And we're moving forward. We're not going to let any of this, take away the rights of Americans, which have been usurped for a very long time. Constitutionally, we, the people, have the power, and they have slowly taken away from us. So when government takes away our power, the only way we get it back is to take it back. So I think we might have to take Tina back, right? So just be aware of that. So here's another actor gone bye-bye, Anthony Gary, dead at 78, right? He was kind of an old guy, so. But I have a lot of 75-year-old people that are using LifeWave and 80s that are very healthy. So I don't know. I think they took him out. So anyway, so Rob Reiner, look at all these. Fact, Trump colluded with Russia. In 2016, we discovered that Putin helped Trump steal the election. The White House release of altered transcript of Putin-Trump presser is further proof of treason. The president of the United States is committing treason in plain sight. When Fox says that DT colluding with the enemy is not a crime. Russia hacks our election to help Donald Trump. FBI violates Hatch Act and colludes with Trump. After speaking with many government sources, deep state sources, evidently, who indicate direct connection between DT and Putin, investigation must happen before DT is installed. This was back in December 2016. So remember how they're like really pushing that Russian narrative? And they're like, Donald Trump cannot be president. He has colluded with Russia. So remember, the deep state, they always use Russia. If you have colluded with Russia, it's game on. It's free. They can come at you any way and every way till the end of Sunday until you're taken down, just like they did with President Kennedy, just like they were going to do, and probably many times trying to do with President Trump, assassinate him, right? This is real. This boy is one of their puppets. This boy is one of their puppets, right? So, like I said, I have sympathy for everybody that dies. I believe Donald Trump will be the last president of my lifetime, and he was so prophetic. Yeah, so prophetic. Good job, Rob. You're hanging out with the devil now. You're hanging out with the devil. How's that working out for you? Right? Yeah, that's right. And you agree with me. I see K-Jammin 68. I hope Robbie didn't go to hell. Well, I don't know. Yep. My wife said he went somewhere. So what advice would you give to women that want to be Navy SEALs? Learn how to swim super good. Women are really good in cold water. So not all of them. I know a lot of women like the heat up. So I don't know, but meathead, yeah, meathead. So that's a beautiful aspiration. You know, anybody I think should have the opportunity to try out for anything that they want, as long as you can pass the standards. I think there are some women out there that could, but it's the toughest training in the world. I was a Navy SEAL instructor, chief of the phase of the hardest phase, Hell Week. And if I found some weakness in you, I was going to exploit it. If I find weakness, they did the same to me. We do it to everyone. If there's a weakness, mine was coldness. All right. So that's why I say, learn to be at one with cold. I'm still at one with cold. I can go out into this lake out here and breathe through it and be in this lake. Right. Actually back that way. And I've done it before. I've been in waterfalls that were coming from ice that was melting. I've gone into the lake where there were like still ice in the lake, and I pushed it out the other way and got in the lake. So you have to be able to overcome the coldness, and you have to have a lot of upper body strength, right? A lot of push-ups, be able to do a lot of push-ups, way a lot. So look at what the standards are. Pull-ups, of course. Yeah, there's. I remember my wife used to knock some pull-ups out. She was good, and I've seen some women knock out pull-ups. So I think it's a worthy cause. Good luck to you. But look at the standards. Talk to other people that have gone through the training. That's what I did. I know you're talking to me. I've been through the training. I've run the training. Running was another weakness of mine. Long distance running. You need to be a long distance runner. And use LifeWave. If I could get LifeWave into the SEAL teams, which they've blocked me from doing that, that's really stupid, right? It would help the community out massively. But you as a private individual coming in, I don't think there would be a problem. You could put them in places where they wouldn't look, and they would work for you, right? You'd heal faster, you have more energy and so forth. So be the LifeWave girl, and you can pass training. So I used to train people to go through BUDS, and they would make it, right? Because it's more of a mental thing. It's a mental, spiritual thing. I didn't know that I was doing it at the time, but I taught the guys that I helped get through training as young. They weren't even tadpoles. So when you go to BUDS training, you're a tadpole. So they were just a frog thought, right? And so I helped them get to the point where they could actually do really well. And those that didn't do well, I've worked with, I've seen a lot of those people over the years, and they said, you totally changed my life. So it is, whether you make it or not, it will be an incredible experience. So yeah, everyone should opportunity. And if you get through, if one woman makes it through, then it'll be probably open the door for other women to make it through training. The SEALs have, the SEAL community have done missions with women, as partners, and not for real, but, they act as, and they've had training. They've actually, SEAL Team 6, they've actually trained women at a very high level. They didn't go through SEAL training, of course, but they trained them to a very high level. And they had them in different, I think they jumped and all kind of crazy stuff. So it is something that women can do. But upper body strength is going to be one of the things you're really going to need to work on, right? What's the average age for SEALs and age limit? I think the age limit is like in the 30s. Might be 30, 35, somewhere around there. I went through, and I was kind of like an old guy at 21. I turned 21 at Hell Week. That was my birthday present, the best birthday present I've ever had. So that's pretty young guys going through training, and that hasn't really changed much. There are people that go through that are older, of course, and make it through. There's been plenty of people that were in other services. We had Army, Green Berets come in. We had Marine Recon come in, And of course, SEALs do the same thing. They go over and, hang out and do their training too, and hang out and become Green Beret and Delta and all that kind of crazy stuff too. But there's potential there is, for women to make it through. Like I said, there would be, I think, if there hasn't been a woman that has made it through, and maybe there has been some secret, I've heard some things where women were trained to be part of certain missions. Like I said, SEAL Team 6. But as far as going through the entire training, I'm pretty sure there's not been a woman made it yet. And I say yet because I think there is definitely some women out there that can. So someone said something about 21-year-old turned 21 after corpsman school. You got something to say about it, Tracy? Come over here and say it.
Hi, everyone. If going to Navy SEAL school is like having a baby, well, then let me see a man do it.
Okay.
I've done it twice.
So if you've had a baby, you could make it through SEAL training. Okay. All right. Just saying. But all right. We're off track here. All right. So that was fun. So silver, guys. I know some of you guys get tired of me talking about silver. But I want you guys to succeed. You need to understand the economy going forward. Silver, I think, is going to explode upward. So I saw a report from someone that said that Samsung executives flew into Mexico and went direct to one of their mines. So Mexico produces a lot of silver, which does not come to the U.S. anymore. But they have a lot of silver mines, and they produce a lot of it. So Samsung, of course, Samsung TVs, Samsung phones, they all use silver. If you don't have silver, you can't make those things, right? So solar panels, all these things. So they flew in and talked directly with one of the mines. So I don't know what the price of silver is right now, 62, 63. It was up again today. It reached a high on Friday before they came in and pressed it down because they do that on Friday. But it reached a high of 65 and some change, 65.09, something like that. Today it was up, a couple percent again after they pressed it down. They came in and they bid $78 an ounce. That's a lot higher than 63, 65, or whatever it is right now, right? What did Mike say that it was going to be by the end of the year? Between 75 and 85. They're already bidding silver at 78, guys. So, hello. Now, I saw where they're doing disinformation out there where they're saying that the U.S. government's going to seize silver. Ain't happening. It's bullshit, right? Complete bullshit. And you can be fearful of that if you want. It's okay. You can believe the CK assassination and all the other little choo-choo train rides that you want to get on. But this choo-choo train is going places, all right? You want to be on this train. And if you're not on this train, you're going to be like, so sorry. So sorry. All right? So the Japanese are not messing around. They're not so sorry, right? They're not so sorry. They're getting their silver from the mine, and they're paying them a premium because going forward, it's going to be a lot more. So they're getting ahead of it. They don't want to, you give these miners a bad deal. So the miners are like, screw those guys. So they're giving them a good deal right up front. Silver's going to 78, and it's probably going to go 78 fast, right? So I'm going to share the screen with you. Now, this is a picture of a lot of silver, right? This is David Bateman. This is his silver, all right? That's a lot of pallets of silver. So there's, I think, 30,000 ounces per pallet, if my counting's correct. So 1,000 ounces is around a little over 72 pounds. So that's why it's on a big old pallet like that. And it's got, forklift that probably moves that stuff around because that's a lot of weight. All right. So he has like some kind of $1 billion worth of silver. And he bought this back when silver was around 30. So I remember pushing silver at 30. I'm like, oh my God, who's going to buy silver at 30? And there were people buying silver all the way back at 30. Now, Dr. Kirk Elliott and I were pushing silver, jumping up and down. This is the last up there. You're going to get $17, right? So it's going to be $170 by the end of next year, or maybe even sooner, guys. I would say $150 by the first quarter of next year, or even more. I've heard people say by the end of this year. I don't see that, but now you're probably like, how much you got, Mike? Well, I got 1.5 pallets. Right? I'm just a po' boy from a po' family that has worked his ass off for 65 years and gone through a lot of shit storms, fighting and overcome a lot of shit to get to the point where I got that much. So it wasn't easy, guys. How many of you are that old? Well, some of you that have been listening to me, I know you were buying, you're taking your life savings and putting $2 million in, I think back when it was like 25, 30. So you're liking me a lot. I know. I like that you like me because I like people to do good. Right. So we want more of you to do good. Now, Bateman has bought more. When it pulled back to like 58, he went in big again because he knows it's going to go boom, boom. It's going to be some boom, boom going on with silver, guys. Don't miss the good silver train, right? That's a choo-choo train you want to be on. Not the CK choo-choo train, all right? Or some of these other, I am silver. Deborah Greenwood, good job. I am silver. I like that. That's good. I bought some coins at 36. Good. Won't make me a millionaire, but it'll be more than I had. Absolutely. So doubling your money, tripling your money at this point is absolutely possible. Absolutely possible within a year. How much is it up this year alone? I think 100 and close to 120%, right? So that's double and some. So we're not at the end of the year yet. We're not at the end of the year yet. So we're going to see that percentage go up even more. There's nothing else that touches it unless you look at Bitcoin. And if you look at Bitcoin now, you're like, ooh. If you've been to Bitcoin, you're like, oh. So it's pretty much at the same place it was at the beginning of the year right now. It made a little high and then it came down. And some of the other coins made their highs. Now, I was jumping up and down saying, get into XRP when it was back at 50 cents and it went up to like $3. All right. So I made a ton of money on XRP, but I was like, it's time to go. It's time to go now. And some of you guys keep pushing it. So I've been like making money hand over fist while you guys are like, it's going higher while it's going lower. And so I'm like making money here, making money there, taking that money. Yeah, excuse me. I'm take that money. I'm gonna put it over here and then make it go big. And so don't be looking at my stuff. So XRP, you guys are like so FOMO, fear of missing out, but you've missed out a lot. So it's up to you. You crypto dudes and dudettes, you're going to do what you're going to do. And who knows, maybe, like I've said, maybe it will go up. You might get a little pump. It may go up a little bit higher than what it is right now. Maybe it'll go up double what it was. But some are like, believe in it. And there's a lot of us that are like, no, it's a racket, right? You're like gamble on it and you're going to make some money. And then you're going to take that money, you're going to put it in something else. or maybe, which most of you will, lose it all, right? So that's the way it's been for a lot of crypto bros and brodettes, right? So DOJ sues Georgia's Fulton County for access to 2020 ballots. It's coming to a head, guys. 2020, it's not over yet. And it's getting hot, especially with Tina Peters almost free. Ooh, la la. All right, so there was a mayor that was just elected in Miami. I've said Miami's probably going to get destroyed, right? When the shit hits the fan, deep state shit hits the fan. And some Miamians don't like that. And they've said, Mike, I don't like it. I don't like it like you talk. So I'm like, homelessness in Miami. You've had a Republican, Rhino, in Miami, but he's been pretty much a Rhino, Republican name only. He's a Democrat, all right? And now you just voted in a Democrat, and so you're going to go from bad to worse. And I said, I have seen homelessness, and then people said, I have been living here for a long time, and I've never seen that. I was like, I remember when I bought my Ford Mustang convertible. It's like, I've got the only one. And then I bought it and I'm driving around. It's like, oh, that person has one too. And then, oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. There's a lot of them. I never saw so many. I thought I had the only one. But that's the way the mind works. You see what you focus on and what's in your field of information and so forth. I guess a lot of people like just pass by homeless in Miami, or maybe they're in an area that is like super controlled and there's no one in there that looks homeless, or they're walking around and they have a Gucci bag that they stole from somebody, and it's like, oh, that's not a homeless, but they got a Gucci bag. And so whatever. All right. So let me show you people that can't see the homelessness that is in Miami. Boom, shakalaka. So there you go. Homelessness in Miami. Just put it up and you're going to see it. There it is. So here's a little unsheltered homeless. Ticks up in Miami-Dade. How about that? Street sleeping populations by region, city of Miami, even in the city. So I said I was down by City Hall and I saw homelessness camps, and people don't believe. Like, what the F? Did you come from New York and you can't see because New Yorkers have blinders on? I don't know. City of Miami, it has gone down a little bit, but and it's gone down pretty much. The city of Miami Beach, it's gone up slightly. South Miami-Dade, it's gone down, it's actually gone up by a little bit. So you're like, oh, Mike, that's where I live. I'm in South Miami-Dade. There's only 47 homeless there. But one is too many. All right, so get out there and help them. County total, 1,068. 1,068. And that's 821. Is that going to go up? It will go up now. There is someone there in the Democrat Party because they basically siphon the money out of all of the money that goes into helping the homeless guys. The Democrats are experts at money laundering. And I don't know, maybe some of these people that you see, he's just sleeping. He's tired. He's just tired under that bridge. All right. So there is help for the homeless. There are people out there that help them. Yes. But there are camps like this. I've seen camps like this throughout Miami. All right. Yes, there are a lot more in San Francisco, and there's a lot more in LA, and there's a lot more in San Diego, and there's a lot more in Portland, and you name the city, there's a lot more than Miami. But yeah, it's a big city, and there's corruption, and there unfortunately not helping the people that really need the help, right? So Miami Rescue Mission, many families a paycheck away from being homeless. And you're like, that's Donald Trump's fault. All right. Pretty much for the first 18 months of a president's term, it's all from the previous, quite frankly. Now, President Trump takes responsibility, of course, but he tells you, hey, I inherited bullshit. And he did, you know. He made it amazing for the Democrats. So the Democrats look really well because it was so incredibly amazing, but it was starting to fail. And it was failing very rapidly. And it's probably one of the reasons why Democrats didn't make it. One of the reasons. It should be a lot more. But so very sad. You see the tracks on the arms and stuff. Not obviously not doing well, right? So I it's sad. It's super sad to see this. I'm disappointed that this actually exists, that we're not taking care of this. It is what it is. But part of the reason why it's not being taken care of, there's people just refuse to believe it is there. All right. Just like those people that came into my chat and said, you don't know what you're talking about, Mike. I live in Miami. There's no homeless. Yeah, that's why there's a homeless problem. Right? And there's probably people just before the sack of Rome by the Vandals were like, there's no way that these Vandals, they're cheap bastards. And we're like the best in the world. There's no way they're going to take down our city. And the next thing you know, they've been raped and tortured and everything's stolen from them. Right. So that's how those cities are going to fail. All right. That's how those cities will fail. And what else? I got a lot more. This is the long show because I missed a couple shows. Yeah, that's good, but I need to start wrapping it up. All right, so Ilhan Omar, she loves the Muslim Brotherhood. We know that. She came from Somalia. She married her brother to get here. She hates America, and she made a statement the other day that we're going to find out who's in charge, like the Somalis. We're going to find out. We warred against the Somalis in Somalia, and it was pretty bad, right? Like I've talked about in other shows, everyone came to the fight with Black Hawk Down, and I had some of my SEAL buddies tell me about how women, children, old people, men and women, and of course the male fighters, everybody came to the fight. Everybody in the city came to fight them. So I don't think it's going to change. I don't think it's going to change some of those cities, guys. So, of course, President Trump is trying to get some of these people out. And, of course, these people, because it's a democracy, which we're not a democracy, we're a republic. But they've led us to believe that we're a democracy. Of course, they do this over time. And it's a democracy, if you look through Plato, when he talked about the best forms of government, democracy, I think, was below dictatorship, right? Republic was the best. So we were having the best, and now we've slid down to democracy. And so we're seeing the result of democracy in Minnesota, right? And it's not so good. It's not going to be really. It's going to be really bad at some point, I think, because again, once government entity or religious faction or whatever, once they get control of something, once they take control of something, which they've done, you have to take it back, right? They're not going to give it up. We're going to have to take it back. And that's what we're going to see here. So why is she still there? So I know a lot of people were talking about Bondi. So Bondi doesn't seem to be doing a lot, according to some people. I look and I'm like, maybe, it's really corrupt. She's trying to overcome the corruption, but it's she's got a lot of Bush family connections, and she's hanging out with Bill Barr, who we know is corrupt as well, part of the Bush family cartel. So I don't know, guys. I'd like to see somebody that could get something done. I'm a performance-based guy. If you don't perform, that's the way it was for me in the SEAL teams. If you didn't perform, you got to go somewhere else, right? And if you're a non-performing SEAL, you're out of SEAL teams. Quite frankly, I've seen a lot of people do that over the years, get kicked out of the SEAL teams. And if you're in a group, a high-level performing group, like you don't make it to SEAL Team 6 unless you're a high performer, because you go through even more training, and it's super high speed. It's not like BUDS training. It's like badass training. It's for the badasses of the SEAL teams. So I was very happy to go through that and be it the badasses team, which was Red Squadron, gold team and blue team and silver. So when I was there, they didn't even have the silver, but now they do. I don't know if they got more teams, but that's all I know about. So, and I've seen it published, so I'm saying it. But there's probably a lot of things that I won't say, of course. Probably, unless something bad happens, that they do something bad, but which I think they're like it's the best of the best guys in SEAL Team 6. Super high performance, super high morals. A lot of those guys, not only are they fit, but they're super great minds. So it's, not all of them. Some of them are not great. I'm not tooting my horn, because when you toot your horn, that's when you make a mistake, and then everybody gangs up on you. Those of you that are on, high level alpha male type and female, alpha male, female, because I've seen some pretty badass, SWAT females and so forth. So there are, a lot of performance, and if you get a little cocky, you ladies too, I guess, if you get a little cocky, then you're going to get eventually it's going to catch up to you. So you have to be humble. I learned that. Right? I learned that the hard way. Right? That's the way I learned it. But there's a lot of people that can play that game. There's a lot of people that can play the game in politics the right way. We have made it easy for corrupt people like Ilhan Omar, who is a low performer and should not be in the game, should not even be in America, to be in that position. It's insane. It's so ridiculous, right? I don't understand, how we got here, but it's easy fix, because we the people can make this happen, guys. We the people will make this happen. And I've seen some demonstrations in Texas where, they're basically, looks like a bunch of yahoos, but good people too. For the most part, I think they're all good. They're demonstrating against the Muslim communities, because Muslim communities don't integrate, guys. That's the way it is. All right. Now they can. I'm sure there's lots of Muslims out there that have integrated and love America. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this incredible country and contributing. But then there's some not so much, right? That's what we're seeing here with that little nasty smiley down face, right? Non-smiley face from Ilhan. She needs to go bye-bye. I don't know why she's still there. She should be out of our country ASAP. So it's a big problem, and I think she's worth tens of millions of dollars now. Typical. These guys get paid off, and the way they money launder it is they make these amazing stock insider trading deals, right? And that's how they money launder to them. Hillary Clinton, I think, did one where she invested $1,000 and made $100,000. I remember that. So it's not anything new. They have been money laundering through the different systems. Housing is another one. I've had guests on that have talked about how they money launder through mortgages, right? And we've seen some of that being exposed, but not people being prosecuted for yet. But I think it's coming. All right. Blue states. I'm going to leave you guys with this. Blue states pushing for free illegal alien healthcare. And this is really going to piss you off because it did me. And I'm like, I got to play this for everybody. I posted it on X, but I know not everybody looks at X. So this is good.
What I'm about to tell you is either going to shock you or piss you off, probably both. California, Oregon, Washington, Illinois, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, they are all proposing legislation to give all undocumented people here in this country free state-sponsored insurance. Free, totally free health care. Not paying a dime. Can you imagine how that would feel? But that's not for us. No, it's not for you and I. We still have to pay those really hefty premiums and those deductibles and worry about whether our insurance company will even cover our medication and our testing and our procedures if we get sick. Do you remember when the Democrats shut our government down for 45 days in the name of affordable health care for Americans? You know, those subsidies they were fighting so hard for? They didn't give a shit. The people that went to work for a month didn't get paid, or people lost their SNAP benefits and couldn't feed their families, or, you know, we were losing infrastructure in our airspace. I mean, they didn't care about that. Our public safety, no, wasn't important to them. Healthcare subsidies for very, 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 very profitable insurance companies, though. Those blue states, those sanctuary cities, those blue governors that welcomed illegal migration, well, they have a little problem now, and it's going to cost you and me a shit ton. My daughter is a working mother of 4. She does everything right. She pays her taxes. She follows the rules. And for what? Her insurance deductible is $11,000 a year. Her monthly premiums are $2,800 a month. She makes $75,000 a year and doesn't see a dime of it because that's exactly where it all goes. Her husband has to struggle to come up with the rest, putting a roof over their head, paying their car insurance, electric bills that have doubled, groceries that are so unaffordable, taxes, etc. It is not sustainable for working families, for hardworking American working families like you, like me, like our kids. If you're a hardworking American citizen, the American dream is gone. But if you've entered this country unlawfully and you're an undocumented immigrant, it lives on. Free shit for everyone on the backs of hardworking Americans. And our politicians and our media want to rebrand this bullshit as compassion. It's not compassion, it's theft. Because if it was compassion, then our veterans wouldn't be sleeping in their cars. Seniors wouldn't have to choose between groceries and their medicine. And young families wouldn't be going bankrupt just to keep a pediatrician. These blue state governors invited this immigration into these states. They wanted sanctuary cities because they wanted census numbers, they wanted voting power, and they wanted federal matching Medicaid dollars that will allow them to pay for their pet projects and inflate their goddamn budgets. They've been gambling with our money. No, they've been stealing our money, robbing us blind.
Yep. It's got to stop, guys. We need to get these people out of office. Now, President Trump, like we've heard from Juan, is going to pass an emergency voting measure. And that's going to basically put, probably military is going to have to get involved with that. And we're going to change the voting rules that Democrats have in other states where they have these ballots to come from nowhere, mail-in ballots. And they get counted like 10, 15 times. Shit's got to stop. All right. And the only way it's going to stop, like I said, when they take something, it has to be taken back. So emergency voting measure has to be passed. And then we come in and we redo the voting rolls and we vote day of. It's very easy. It's done all over the world, and it's counted, and everybody knows by that night who's won, right? We know who's going to win, and it's not going to be a lot of almost any of these Democrats, right? And a lot of these rhinos, right? They're not going to win. And then those that are posers to get into office so that they can work this this money laundering scheme of investing, having insider trading information. That's all going to stop. And those people that have been doing that are going to be prosecuted, right? So we're not going to have people that are doing that. And people are like, I'm going to come in and I'm going to give it all my energy for 4 to 8 years, and then I'm out, right? Because it's not really that profitable. I mean, President Trump has not taken a dime in both times he's been in office. He donates the money that they pay him to different charitable groups, right? Now, will everybody that comes into office be able to do that? For some people, maybe $150,000, $170,000, whatever they make, and have their free everything covered, medical, everything, transportation, everything covered, food subsidy, all kind of crazy stuff they get. That's going to be like amazing for some people. Some people that have really, high morals, good work ethics, and are good, have good integrity. There's plenty of people like that out there, but who wants to go work with a bunch of scoundrels, that are in public office? Not many that are good people, right? So that's the way it's going to be going forward, guys. We're going to clean this up. We're going to get rid of these people that are really causing incredible problems for our country. It can be turned around very quickly. America can once again be great, be the most prosperous and most prolifically talented country in the world. And everybody in America that is an American should be doing exceptionally well. Seniors, exceptionally well taken care of. As people are going up, owning their own homes, making excellent income. So when they go on a vacation, if they go on a vacation, which they could do every year if they wanted to, they can travel to some beautiful place. I remember many times for a decade or more, I never took a vacation. Worked my ass off. And that's because there's not a lot of income out there, even for people, especially for people in the military. So the job situation that's out there, people that work their asses off, it used to be great, but it's not anymore. So that's got to change. There's a lot of things going to change. America's going to be great again. It's great now. It's going to get greater. And getting these deep staters out, exposing them, stopping their shenanigans, these fake assassinations, these fake shootings, and controlling people to say stupid shit like Rob Reiner, and that's all going to change. That's all going to go away. Imagine what the world is going to look like when that happens. It's going to be amazing, right? And it's coming. All right, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Illuminati expert Leo Zagami with us once again, best-selling author. It seems like every time you come on my show, your books go bestseller again. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. This book, it's going very well. I guess we are living now at the center of this whole Epstein drama. And so there is a lot of controversy surrounding it. And we have a deadline, which is approaching the 19th of December. So let's see if it's a nothing burger or we're going to have a lot of stuff which is redacted or what. Let's see. It's definitely interesting to see. By the way, the few photos which have been published show a Steve Bannon highly compromised, but also these technocrats and people like Bill Gates, of course, we have also Richard Branson, many others. But I mean, aside from the few photos that were shown, which a lot of people are commenting on, saying this and that already about it, but we still don't have really the context for. I would say that the reality of these files will be seen in the way they are redacted. How many black marks we're gonna see on them, So let's hope not too many.
Yeah, no kidding. But I think we're going to see some fireworks, like you said. It's getting to that point, and they'll make them happen because they've been trying to force things that really aren't there. So it remains to be seen, what's going to come out of this.
I think that you see the reality of politics has been compromised, unfortunately, and we are seeing instead gradually the rise of the technocrats and the AI taking over the whole show, and that is going to be really what we're going to have in the future, as well as a war which is approaching. I mean, we are seeing Europe really on the verge of war, and that is sad for me. At least I come from Europe, of course. I still have a lot of relatives there and friends, but the reality is that they don't have any intention to have peace in Europe. They seem to have this whole political class which is built on failures, on people who are failures, because nobody likes Macron, nobody likes Merz, nobody likes even if we go in the UK, Starmer, nobody likes anybody in Europe. So it's obvious that maybe they need a war to have some kind of unity and some kind of relevance, because that's what's happening with Europe in a world that sees the major powers like America and China really playing their own game, the Sino-Russian alliance against America. That is really where the power is, and that's why I'm a little bit upset with Venezuela and what is happening in Venezuela, because I know that if it gets to become a war, it's going to be much worse than we saw in Vietnam or in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think we're definitely heading that direction. When I was at SEAL Team 6, we were already planning, and this was 35 years ago, we're already starting to plan Venezuela. And so it's coming to a head. Now, I don't think it's just going to be Venezuela. I think it'll be Colombia. I think it will be Mexico, probably Brazil, because that's where all the drug trafficking is coming from. And it's going to engulf a lot of those countries.
Yeah, and we know that, of course, this is going to make happy the military-industrial complex in this never-ending necessity for continuous warfare. Yep. But the fact is that we are also a bankrupt country which doesn't need another war. So it's pretty upsetting. However, we have outlined a few of today's subjects. We have, of course, the Mandani trans rabbi. Everybody's talking about, that I've been discussing this trans rabbi for a long time, because it is really part of what I described in this book, a part of this reformulating Judaism in the light of more progressive doctrines. Now, a lot of people think that we can find those progressive doctrines only on so-called Reform Judaism, which, by the way, covers nearly 80% of the synagogues in this country. But this guy here is actually the product of Reconstructionist Judaism. Now, there are so many of these different forms of Judaism that gets confusing. However, the guy has an Orthodox background. He was very much a traditional Orthodox Hasidic rabbi until he understood he no longer wanted to be married, and he suddenly wanted to be a woman. And then he went into this form of Judaism, which embraces now even transsexual rabbis or women rabbis, which are, of course, also embraced by Reform Judaism. All forms of religion seem to be really going astray in one way or another. The Pope has the transsexual guested there for a special lunch at the Vatican, and then you have the transsexual nominated by Mamdani as one of the I mean, it's like the world is going crazy, and it seems like everybody
it's so obviously satanic. It's like God.
Let's not forget that we had a former mayor, Rudy Giuliani, who liked to dress up as a woman.
Really? I didn't even know that. Wow.
Well, actually, if we go on YouTube, we can find a video of him dressed up as a woman with Donald J. Trump.
Whoa. Was Donald J. Trump dressed up as a woman? All right. He didn't cross that line yet. He wasn't. He didn't go into that realm.
No.
There's
a lot of criticism that we can move against Trump at the moment, but we can never say that he wasn't really always somebody who liked fine women. And so, I mean, even the photos that are coming out of the Jeffrey Epstein estate or archives are indicating that. Thanks God.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people that have told me Rudy Giuliani is a very bad alcoholic, really, really bad.
Well, I mean, we always had this very, I mean, J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, there is some very particular figures in America that seem to have had some kind of, J. Edgar Hoover liked to dress up in drag.
That's right. Yep. And had a male partner. So
yes. Now, we don't really still know the whole story about Bubba, but we leave that aside. In any case, Boba, or whatever they want to call it. And now, let's move further from these trans highlights, which seem to have been compromised at the beginning of our show. But because Mamdani is about Islamo-communism, Islamo-wokeism. It's a reality that, as you know, exists only in the West, because if a guy like Mamdani was proposing these things in the Middle East, he would be beheaded together with everybody else in his council. Now,
absolutely,
it's quite incredible, that people don't understand that there is an incoherence here that unites the left and Islam in spreading their tentacles here in this country. However, the thing is that Islam is spreading their tentacles even with the Republican Party. Let's not forget that Trump just not so long ago put a red carpet for a president of Syria who is a former terrorist, and now we have ISIS suddenly on the attack. I mean, come on. I mean, I just indicate at this point, volume 10 of my Confessions, which will explain you that this is a charade, and that if they are taking out of the closet, if we want to then still stay with this kind of language, the whole ISIS thing, but ISIS was created by Barack Hussein Obama. We had people like McCain, Clinton. I mean, why suddenly we have this ISIS necessity? Is it because we need to have some kind of strategy of attention on that subject rather than another subject? Is it like they can fade the interest from one thing to the other? Like, okay, we have just taken a tank full of oil from Venezuela, but then we suddenly had the revelation this week made by an American congressman that maybe Venezuela has Russian nukes. That will make Trump jump on his seat and say, okay, we can't move war against a country that has Russian nukes. So at that point, we have to fade the interest on one thing and rise it on another. It's like interest. It's quite interesting to see how the big brother works on top of us, on the strategy of attention and tension. I would say that in Europe, they are now pushing towards a strategy of constant tension with what is happening with Russia, with what is happening with NATO, with what is happening with having to refinance NATO and refinance the politics of the military industrial complex in Europe. Because up until now, as you know, before Trump, it was all on us Americans to support the defense of Europe. Suddenly things have changed. But you can't convince 500 million individuals with some kind of radical brainwashing on a massive scale. We need those weapons. I mean, Europe is is also a place on the verge of bankruptcy. With they don't have after they abandoned the fossil fuels from Russia, Germany is really having a lot of problems. Germany is the heart economically, industrially of Europe. And it's sinking more and more towards a stage which we have not seen since 1939. Now we know exactly what happened in 1939. It was the invasion of Poland and the beginning of the Second World War. So I hope that we're not, pushing towards that direction. Now, it's also true that Germany, continuing this idea they can eventually move military to defend Europe with others win. The reality is that Germany is fueled with LGBTQ people that don't have any idea. I mean, if we go back in time, the creation of the Wehrmacht, of the forces that made the Second World War initially go in favor of Germany was because you had a formation of years of Hitlerjugend, of preparation of these Germans who thought they were the superior race. Now, if you go to Germany, you find a bunch of people who are confused about their own sexuality, let alone the race. And I don't think they will make a great army in defense towards instead the Russians, who are very compact and very ideally very united. You know how important it is in the military to have a unified object and mission.
Yep.
Europe doesn't have that unification. The ideologies are varied, but also, like I said, today Germany is not the Germany of the 1930s. It's not the Germany of the 1920s. It's a Germany that is having a lot of problems. It's a Germany that was forced into welcoming 1 million Syrians because of Angela Merkel, and that cost her a political position, but also invaded Germany with Islamic people that don't integrate most times. And so it creates more and more problems, aside from, of course, collapsing the very system Germany was built upon.
Well, really all of Europe has taken in the Islamic and, London and all these. Now, Trump is basically going against them. Remember when Trump came in the first time, I think less than a year after he came in, he killed al-Baghdadi, who is the leader of ISIS in Iraq. And that was huge. So now it looks like we're back at it again. Where
but the thing is, Trump said to us that ISIS was finished, and now suddenly ISIS is actually manifesting again, but is manifesting in Syria, where you have positioned yourself a president who knows those people from his own personal background, and Al-Assad instead is playing video games in Russia. That's what he's doing most of the time. They said that the guy. So I mean,
you have some good intel.
No, but it's quite incredible. For Al-Assad, at times he's in Moscow, at times he goes out some, but he's really not doing anything. Now, 2 U.S. soldiers and a civilians killed, several more wounded in central Syria in this ambush. It seems really weird what it stands for, this whole thing. Then I want to tell one thing. I'm not happy about laying the red carpet for Mandani in the White House. I thought that was disgraceful. I thought that Trump will pay politically the price for doing that. And in fact, now who is the main opposer to the ICE policies of Donald J. Trump? and who is showing actually a video on how and promoting even an app again. And Mamdani suggests the New York police may arrest ICE agents enforcing federal law. Trump, you let that guy in the White House, and you had good words for that guy. I would have arrested him on the spot.
I know, right? I think it's maybe a setup. He's letting him, like a fish. He's letting him run. And he's going to like yank the line, and so we'll see. But I think a lot of these places are going to have to put up with federal troops coming in pretty soon, and that's not going to be their choice anymore.
Yeah, but then federal troops that seem in a way to help Palantir and the rise of the AI dictatorship and cyber Satan state. So it's like just recently we had Trump signing an executive order. Now we don't know if this executive order will then not be contested. Probably the majority of states will appeal it. But however, that executive order wants to control federally the AI. Now, we know that the Republicans have never pushed for anything that wasn't, liberation from federal control. Now, suddenly, we have Trump promoting federal control. So, a little bit of a disappointment there, because we know that Peter Thiel is probably way too close to Trump and the whole dark enlightenment lobby, which included, by the way, Steve Bannon, who seems to be, at the moment, I don't have any good words for Steve Bannon, because I think that it's pretty clear that this guy has betrayed everybody. And
yeah,
the guy was there trying to help Jeffrey Epstein clean up his image. No, that is not something that I can agree on in any way, shape, or form. Now, another topic of today is, of course, the House's satanic child sex ring, which has been discussed for a brief time by the media, but now seems to be gone in oblivion. Once again, nobody seems to want to discuss what happened in Australia. There was basically 4 men were charged in Australia, and 4 Australians that were involved with an international satanic child sex abuse material ring. Now, like David Icke said the other day in an interview, and I agree with him, Jeffrey Epstein is not the only guy who ever did a human trafficking, pedophilia. No. Actually, he was relevant because he was connected, of course, with Israel. He was connected with the Sabbath and Frank. He was connected also with a lot of power.
Yep. And Hugh Hefner did the same thing. Yep. There's this thing going on for a long time.
But there is other rings. There is a variety of powerful people involved with pedophilia. And it's very important that we understand now. This whole thing that saw the New South Wales State Police identifying and arresting the Sydney-based network. It's laudable, but why? They have arrested these people. They had a bunch of material. I have also found possible connection with the Order of the Nine Angles, by the way, which is an order which promotes this kind of, it's very much in bed with the pedophilia and with also promoting satanic rituals around pedophilia. Because this is not about what we have seen with this House's satanic child sex ring, is that it's not simply a sex ring. It's also satanic, a use of satanic symbolism, use of satanic rituals. And so that is definitely scary.
And part of all of these elite circles, they all do it.
And they all do it. So like we can say that probably the 26-year-old that was arrested, who, by the way, was called Landon Germanotta Mills. I think Germanotta is also the surname of Lady Gaga. But this guy is probably just an scapegoat for some more powerful people that will never get arrested in a million years.
Absolutely.
So it's sad to see that at the end, these powerful people behind them will probably get away with it. and there is not been any more further discussion. Also, another thing I noticed when it comes down to this news coming from Australia, it was not touched at all by the European media. People in Europe told me, Leo, we can find this news anywhere. It's like they didn't want to touch it. It was like, so why is that?
I haven't seen it anywhere until I saw it on your website in that article. That's wow.
Yeah, but my article provides also video from a news, from Australian news. It provides the possibility of going to deeper research. And as you can see, something was said in the Australian media, but then it kind of like it ended up there. It was like there's no further discussions on this whole thing. Now, going back,
why is it so much of a connection to? Because I've had many guests that have been part of the system, and they all talk about Masonic influence. What?
Yes. Well, I mean, I remember still to this day, I was taking this car ride. I had been at a very important Masonic meeting back in the days, almost 20 years ago. I was in this lodge in Livorno, I think it was Livorno, yes. And then after there was this lieutenant colonel from the Italian Guardia di Finanza who gave me a lift back to Rome because he was there in this meeting. So, we start chatting about things. He's a guy who was involved with the Italian. It's a little bit like the finance police, a mix between the IRS and the military, because that's the kind of training they have. And we discussed about pedophilia and the discussion, when you drive in a car along, and suddenly we discussed about pedophilia rings, and he said, listen, Leo, arrived to a certain level, we cannot touch them.
Wow.
And that's it. And I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, fine.
I guess no one has the balls to do that, but and maybe those that do, find out the hard way not to do that, and that's why no one else does.
He said that often also these rings somehow ended up in the Vatican, ended up with Vatican connections, and that was even more untouchable and made everything even more untouchable.
Dang.
So, when you see also the blessing in a private audience, which I have included also in my book, of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell by a pope who is now a saint.
Bless them, yeah. Oh my God.
It makes you really understand that this world is pretty screwed up place.
That starts to make it all come together. Wow.
Now, that in one of our latest articles, I talked about that a really weird dentistry room in Little St. James that they try to cover up as being, Jeffrey Epstein built this room for one of the girls who was studying dentistry. Yeah, sure. But does that mean you have to have the most creepy masks hanging from the walls of Adolf Hitler?
Crazy. Yeah.
I mean, and it said that maybe this room was also used for abortions, by the way, not only for the dentist.
Oh my God.
So it's like dentistry can be, and that from being in the field, a very interesting and very evil form of torture, because if I get your dentist to torture you, you're going to give up any secrets possible and imaginable, like in the movie Marathon Man, which
right there, yeah.
Went
into his nerve. Oh my God.
I think it's the worst form of torture possible.
I can't imagine.
I mean, yes,
I've been through some training for torture, but there's no way I can't imagine.
I could say that maybe the worst torture than that will be if I don't know. I mean, if I go with an iron on your balls,
Yeah, I know, right? So, yeah, that would be pretty tough.
That would be pretty tough. I think this is
cutting one of them off or something. It's like, yeah, that would be over the top. But yeah, that's definitely unbelievable.
No, and it is unbelievable. And
this is the room.
The room.
Creepy mass. That's what the heck.
And it's like I was earlier on my show saying I find it really weird to believe that Alex seems to seems to think that this is a hoax by the Democratic Party. I mean, hoax of what? What is the hoax here, guys? Yeah, I know.
See, misdirecting, probably, maybe he's got some people that are puppeting him.
Yeah, I mean, of course, everybody wants, to go with a narrative that fits their own agenda.
Yeah.
But here, guys, as truth seekers, as truth tellers, we have to be completely honest.
Truth, period. Truth.
That's it.
That's
truth.
it.
The truth at times might hurt you. And I'm sure that in 2025 probably will be known as the year of the great disappointments.
Yeah.
Heading towards a year 2026 that will probably a turning point towards the worst, with the advancement of robotics to a level which Europol, in a report, has said that they are preparing for riots in Europe. So when they are already preparing for the next stage, when the workload is passed on to the robots, the people are given the universal basic income, but those people will become majorly unsatisfied, and then they will go in the street and riot, and they will not find any police. They will find the RoboCops there.
Oh, yeah. that they won't be able to get through them.
No.
Yeah, watch the movie RoboCop. That's whoa. But I think I just saw this one video where this woman was saying that all of the stars and music industry, they're all leaning down like ridiculously. I mean, very, very lean, to the point where it's like it looks unhealthy. And that's part of, and her idea was that they're preparing the population to be able to handle starvation. I'm like, wow, because they're influencers, Hollywood.
Well, let's not forget that not only they are influencers, but Hollywood is also hardly hit by the AI development that is really gonna influence a lot. There is a creative takeover. I mean, there has been people now in the guild that creates, for example, the cartoons for Disney, that is investing over $1 billion on OpenAI and all that, that they are, pointing out the fact that OpenAI, just as any other form of artificial intelligence, takes from what was done creatively by human people, but then doesn't recognize necessarily what these people have done when they develop the ultimate product. So you are going to have a lot of new products generated by the AI, but you're going to have those guys who originally were the content creators, if you want to call them this way, never recognized and never paid for that. So it is a moment in which, like you stated just a moment ago, they are bowing down, but because of necessity, they will be probably inclined to do anything that pay their bills soon. Because in 10 years from now, Hollywood will be probably fueled by AI-generated actors.
Exactly. They're all going to be gone, just AI. And maybe that's part of what they're doing too, to get you used to like these plastic-looking people that are, don't seem real anymore.
Yeah, well, definitely it doesn't make sense to use plastic-looking people, especially in medieval movies based on medieval times, or times in which, of course, there was no plastic surgery, so it makes it ridiculous. When I see a Netflix series where everybody is kind of, but having said that, I think
you've been talking about this for quite some time, all the way back to. I was just looking through the books. I turned
Volume 8, for example, Volume 7. Volume 8. Volume 8.
You're even talking about it. Confession of Illuminati, volume not 666, but Occult Roots of the Great Reset. Nope, you're right.
In Volume 8, I focus, let's say, on how Hollywood is being taken over by the AI and how the directives came directly from Davos and from the Great Reset. So it's part of that agenda, because we have to never forget that all these producers, all these big investors in the Hollywood are every year to be met in Davos. in what you are showing now, volume 9, which is part of this trilogy of the Cyber Satan, which is volume 6.66, volume 7, volume 9, I also show how Ukraine is an experiment for the rest of Europe, possibly even the rest of the world.
Wow.
What is happening there by also forcing, they are forcing a merger of your ID, your bank card, your passport in one, all in the name of security and of necessity out of a war that is impending. And of course, it creates that, it facilitates that pact with the devil, if you want to call it, that diabolical Faustinian pact. So
now, this one was probably one of the most enlightening for me, because I had many questions after having served in the Middle East, in the SEAL teams and in the CIA. I was like, what is going on here? For a lot, every place seemed to be different. And I spent some time in Beirut, where we can talk about this in a second, where
the Pope was.
And Beirut was like a complete dichotomy. You could see the Christian side, which was, I believe, the most beautiful church bells. I was there during Christmas, the Christmas lights, best I've ever seen anywhere in the world. And then if it was right next to a Muslim area, the Muslim community looked like total, excuse my French, but shit town. But, and right next to where this Muslim, extreme poverty town was, if there was a mosque, it was burned and there was no one there anymore. For like a cathedral, gone, burned, no one there anymore. So they were slowly encroaching, taking over all of, and I think you mentioned it in one of your articles, how it's down to 30% Christian now. At one time, it was like over 50%. When I was there, it was probably 50%, but that was about a decade ago. So crazy.
No, it's important that the Pope, went recently to the Middle East. He first included the Turkey, of course, in his journey. Turkey, you have to understand, Turkey is the most modern country in the Islamic world.
Yep.
It was modernized, though, by the young Turks when they fomented then the rise of what will become Ataturk. Ataturk was a guy who took over the role that was of the Sultan and the Ottoman Empire that kind of crumbled. But it was also because Western Freemasonry, France, but especially England, wanted the Ottoman Empire to collapse. And from that collapse, unfortunately, comes all the problems in the Middle East, because the Ottoman Empire was most of the Middle East. And so today, everything that we suffer in regards to any place in the Middle East is because, Egypt was part of the Ottoman Empire, Syria, everywhere, Jordan, all those countries didn't exist. They existed after, and they were almost an artificial construct, like I explain in my book that you read, volume 10, of British or French Freemasonry, who also, they kind of divided their spheres of influence in the Middle East. And then we had also some element of the Germans also that comes in. But it was also connected to the Dogme, the Sabbateans, these heretical Jews that had become Muslims in 1666 with the Shabbatai Zevi, which I discuss also in my book, because the Sabbatean Frankists, the most powerful Jews, originates from the Ottoman Empire and then moves into the more Eastern European setup, where then we find, of course, the ancestors of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and all those people, like, for example, Woody Allen or the other people that we find hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Dershowitz, who is no saint for sure, who even tried, like I explained in my book, when he was interviewed last summer, to justify, the girls were only 16, or they were only... There is really... they always love to try to justify themselves when pedophilia cannot be justified in any way, shape, or form. That's about it. However, in the Middle East, as you know, as well as in the Far East, there is a tendency at times to get these girls to marry very, very young. And now we unfortunately have already in countries like Great Britain, because the Sharia is arriving together with this massive Islamic presence, we have the acceptance of young girls' marriages with the younger, even here in America. It's pretty shocking. You saw it yourself in countries like Afghanistan or whatnot. I mean, or Iraq or other countries.
13, 14 years old. Yeah. And the girls wanted it. For most of them, they wanted to get away from their families, and that was the way they were going to get their freedom, or at least that's what they thought. But didn't.
Yeah, but then it becomes. I heard the stories. I remember I had a friend many years ago in England who was the girlfriend of a very dear friend of mine, who escaped from one of these situations in the Middle East. Married forcefully into a marriage she didn't want. And it was a shocking story of survival, really. Now, you showed the image of the mausoleum of Ataturk. It's very important that people understand what the Pope was doing there, because the Pope, the first thing he did was to homage Mustafa Kemal Ataturk. Now, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk is no saint. He wasn't actually even a Muslim, to tell you the truth, because he was a Domme. He was actually himself a crypto-Jewish part of this. That's one of the accusations that often resurface even in the Turkish media. But Ataturk is an untouchable figure in Turkey. You can't criticize Ataturk. You will be arrested. Still to this day, you will be arrested. Now, Ataturk took over the power of Turkey in a very simple way. He invited the most powerful imams in Turkey on the Orient Express, beautiful train, that arrived in Istanbul, famous train. He put them all there. He bring 200 prostitutes, and then he blackmailed them for the rest of their career. So, I mean, that was the very pragmatic way that Ataturk saw the use of religion. Ataturk was a Freemason. He had been initiated in Thessaloniki. I explained that in this article. So why does a pope go and pay homage to a Freemason, the first thing he does when he arrives in a Muslim country? Makes absolutely no sense. Now, the only other country that has a significant Masonic presence to this day is Lebanon. So he goes from Turkey, who has a very significant Masonic presence, from Turkey to Lebanon, from a Turkey which has both forms of traditional Freemasonry connected to the United Lodge of England, as well as more progressive Freemason with the Turkish Liberal Grand Lodge, which is connected to the Grand Orient of France. But in Lebanon,
I was actually in Turkey about a year and a half ago.
I used to have a house in Turkey.
Oh my God! Awesome.
I used to have
There's so much history there. I loved it. I loved the food, loved the people. They were very nice. They're very secular. They're not, extreme Muslim, which I'm not.
No, they're not extreme. No, honestly, yes. But I had this at the time because my first marriage was with a Turkish woman. So I was there and near Alanya, Antalya, those areas. I had this villa back in the days, but the thing, and there you are talking about rather close to the Syrian border, because it's like 200 kilometers, I think, from the Syrian border, I guess, at that point. But there is an underlying belly of more radical Islamic thought, and there is also a camouflage moderate Muslim thought. It might present, it might present to you, they present themselves like moderate, but in reality, they are not.
I could see that because I see what was left of Christian churches, and there weren't very many. Constantinople, it was like, the capital of Christianity at one time, I think. And so all the Christian churches were walled up. They had guards, and you could tell they didn't get out of line, because the Muslims would have like probably burned them down, which again, I saw some burn down churches and cathedrals.
Well, the thing that shocked a lot of people was that the Pope didn't really go and visit what is defined as the most important center back in the days. I mean, you have, of course, the Blue Mosque, but you have the Hagia Sophia. The Hagia Sophia, and that is
They've given it back now. That's great.
The unique blend of Christian Islamic histories giving it back is actually nowadays being used more as a mosque than it's gonna ever be as a church.
Right across from it is a huge mosque. But I mean, as far as like, they let you go in and visit it, and they've
but that's
some plaster off the angels and Christian motifs on the walls.
Let's say that it was the intent of Ataturk to secularize this whole building, to have a more kind of a museum approach. But now with Erdogan, you have a return to a more religious approach. So that's what I'm saying. They might look moderate, but there is an underlying belly of fundamentalists that is creeping back in, as they would like to be the new Ottoman Empire, so to speak. Because
they're supporting Hamas.
They support Hamas. They support, of course, that is pretty clear. There, they are very anti-Israel, and they are very much. But then you have the photo that you are showing, which is in Lebanon. Is actually the crazy thing is that the Pope passed basically in front of the headquarters of Hezbollah. Hezbollah is Shia. Now, the majority of Muslims in Turkey is Sunni, while instead in Lebanon is Shia. But also in Lebanon, you have a presence of Freemasons, and of Freemasons of all the obediences and of all the traditions. Even Italian lodges were established in Lebanon, because, as you know, there was a presence also of the Italian soldiers, as well as so it is a country which really tolerates Freemasonry, which at the moment is not tolerated in any other Middle Eastern country. I mean, in Egypt, officially Freemasonry is not tolerated. Or you go to, you have, of course, Freemasonry in Jordan, because you have even the king of Freemasons. But officially, even the in Morocco, I guess you have Freemasonry, which is a little bit more. But the Middle East is built, like I explained in volume 10 of my Confessions, on a belief that Freemasonry is inherently Zionist and connected to Israel, and so for that reason is always being persecuted. Now, how true is that accusation? We could discuss it and debate it. But the Pope that goes there and, of course, is passing in front of the headquarters of Hezbollah means simply one thing, that this whole fundamentalist lot of people, being either Hamas or Hezbollah, so being either Sunni or Shia, they are all in bed with the Pope for the one world religion, because that is really what Pope Francis started and what they are continuing to promote and what he's trying to promote here. So another interesting information that I can give you instead regarding the Pope, and this is a very interesting information that I can maybe pass on the screen. We can maybe show it to your audience. Let me share it from my side. Is this here. Chef in homosexual marriage to oversee new restaurant at Castel Gandolfo. Now, we know that
we can't get the sex trafficking, but we can get the headline for homosexual marriage.
That's fine. I mean, we know that, for example, the Pope is passing more and more time in Castel Gandolfo. Now, Castel Gandolfo is a bit outside of Rome. It's usually the summer residence, but for some reason, Pope Francis never used it. Ratzinger was temporarily isolated there when he gave up his papacy. Castel Gandolfo, which some people refer to as Gandalf Castle, is the place surrounded by the Satanists. It's there, which I describe also in articles you can find on my site. It's been historically connected to Satanism because it also has an ancient history, the whole area there. Now, Art Smith, a celebrity chef, longtime LGBT activist, will help run the restaurant currently being built on the grounds of the Pope's retreat. So he has a nice restaurant with a homosexual chef. And that's how it is, guys.
Well, at least he's not like Obama's chef. And
well, yeah, that definitely was a very strange thing that happened. But I mean, I would say that every president is compromising one way or another. So Obama, then anybody that touches on the presidency in a way, even Marilyn Monroe ended up in the way she ended.
Sure.
So I mean, today we are in front of a situation in which a lot of interest is given to Trump and the Epstein files. But let's not forget that maybe too much interest is given to Trump in regards to the Epstein files, because the Epstein files are much more than Trump only. And that is really what maybe should be discussed. I never saw one single journalist ever explaining why the Pope, John Paul II, the future saint, gave audience to Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. Nobody. There is a photo that, but nobody gives an explanation. I gave the only explanation in this book, but I tend to think that the media is so controlled these days that they don't even question things that could lead us, to maybe some interesting answers. But that's not really what the media want to do these days, because they are simply parrots to whatever is the agenda that is promoted by their owners of this. The media controlled in every aspect. That's why also we have the whole controversy surrounding IPAC or the financing of the Congress. If that though becomes an issue, you will see like people probably like Newsom will refuse to be financed, because then that will make him more credible. Who knows, The problem here is, Michael, we are facing in a year from now a radical transformation of the Republican Party. And I tell you, that is going to be shocking for most people, but in 1 year from now, it's going to become all more clear. The midterm elections are going to become that turning point. It's going to become that turning point, and it's not going to be for the best for the Republican Party, I think. And at that point, a lot of people that were supporting Trump all the way will, of course, have to think for their own political future and political benefit and maybe, rediscuss the future of the Republican presidency, the Republican Party, and of course the future presidency, because we have to understand that I don't see J.D. Vance as being a credible and suitable candidate. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. So I think everybody's pretty much on the same music.
But the alternative, I don't know what's going to be.
So yep.
Then, of course, regarding Europe and any American involvement, well, I think there is a lot of talk from of course, Trump and, of course, his administration in support of certain populist parties that can oppose the left. But it's talk, because then now they are talking about, this leaked secret plan to break EU nations away from Brussels' grip. Brussels was created by the American intelligence after the Second World War and the Jesuits. They took the French-German axe. I mean, I explained that in volume 12 of my Confessions. As you have read it, you know that I explained exactly what happened. They were basically planning, even before the fall of the Nazis, they were already planning for the future of Europe,
Right.
that France and Germany will be the leading nations of a future unified Europe. And eventually, initially was a community. There was the Treaty of Rome that was signed, in fact, in Rome. And then that led eventually to what we know today as the European Union. But the European Union, then it was also possible thanks to the Bilderberg Club. That also was helped in constructing the Bilderberg Club. But there was also a massive help by the US intelligence. So the fact that Trump will move against Brussels is laughable, because it's us Americans who have created Brussels and the European Union.
Yeah. So the European Union is probably going to fall apart, and NATO is on its death legs, I think. But they're still pushing for war, and I
don't know if it's going to fall apart, because if we have a military industrial complex here that keeps on selling weapons to them, it doesn't have any interest in getting them to fall apart. Why? Falling apart would mean coming under the control of China or Russia, and they would be the ones selling them their defense weapons.
Good point.
So I think that there is a lot of talk, a lot of points that are made out of the necessity of propaganda. The Trump administration wants to show, that the national security strategy is towards, defending the traditional Europe. But guys, let me be very sincere, on a personal point of view here. I had to flee Europe in 2019. I asked, after Trump was elected, the help of the American ambassador in Rome, and no help was ever received. I asked them for help after I was the victim of that persecution, political, of freedom of speech that they claim to be defending. I was the president of Italians for Trump, guys. I got here in America in 2019, during the first Trump presidency, also with the help of the Republican Party, I managed to get the right lawyers to finally get my green card, and now I'm an American citizen. So I don't understand here. What is the problem? Why, Leo? When I saw that this is a charade, when I saw the documents that I finally are in my hands, where I saw Italian generals of the Carabinieri trying to hunt me down through the DOJ here in America. Of course, the DOJ didn't give any permission. But the European police, the Schengen police, through what is known as Sirene, which is an authority that works for the whole of Schengen area, is after me since 2020. So
it's telling too many truths. They don't like it.
They don't like it. Absolutely. They don't like it. They don't like it because, it's not like small people moving against you. These are big people. When you have a general, moving to try to.
Well, you have a very big following in Europe.
Well, I still have a following.
You have royalty behind you. It's like that's one of the reasons probably why
I have following in various. Let's say that I still have, friends and following in Italy, but also friends and supporters in other parts of Europe. Nice. But people need to understand here that there is not really any intention to wage war against these technocrats, because if America wanted to wage war against these technocrats, they have the means to do it, and they're not doing it. So Europe is.
What do you think about this, Leo? This came out today. Belarus frees opposition figures as U.S. lifts some sanctions. So it sounds like they're moving in the direction of normalizing relations with the U.S. is normalizing relations.
But because Belarus is basically Vladimir Putin, and so Putin is trying to normalize relations with America. We heard it recently. I mean, it's been quite outspoken about the fact that he wants to normalize relations with America, even if Europe is completely contrary to that. So the thing is, I mean, I understand that publicly Trump is saying certain things regarding Europe. Okay, let's see if what he says then becomes facts. Mm-hmm. Because here we are really talking about a lot of speculation. But when you say that you are endorsing Giorgia Meloni in Italy, Giorgia Meloni is a fake conservative. Is a fake conservative who at the moment is carrying on her country, monitored by the president, who is by tradition always a leftist, connected to the what we call the Masso Mafia, which is the Freemasons that connect and control the mafias, Andrangheta, Cosa Nostra, Camorra. I'm talking about all the various mafias. So the country of Italy is completely corrupt.
It's almost like Venezuela.
Yeah, well,
Trump's going after Venezuela because it's cartel. So,
but that is also another thing. Venezuela, no, Venezuela at the moment doesn't. I mean, let's see if the nukes are real. We know there is already a high level general of the Russian military in place in Venezuela for the last few weeks. We know that. There is at least a couple of hundred Russian elite soldiers ready to train the Venezuelan armed forces there. So these are facts that are already proven. In regards to the drugs, it's an excuse. It's the oil. It's not the drugs. Let's be very honest about it. It's the oil. Of course, we had the whole Agua and the whole thing about, pushing these gangs that really entered the US and created a lot of damage. But do you think that Agua and the others gangs were not in contact with the CIA or had some kind of, way of, I mean, if I enter with 10 people and machine guns in a building in Aurora, in Denver, I would be arrested. These people were untouchable. Who made them untouchable?
Yeah.
And so there is the
corrupt governments. I think Colorado is completely corrupt, and that's going to be changed. But
of course, some people are saying Venezuela elections were hijacked. But Venezuela is a banana republic, just like in the typical tradition of South and Central America. And of course, the Maduro is a dictator and is a fraud. And I have no sympathy for Maduro. That's for sure.
Maybe that Russian general and all those elite troops there to escort Maduro back to Russia, and they're going to get the $50 million reward.
Well, I'm sure that he might end up then like al-Assad from Syria, who is playing video games all day in a nice setup in Russia. But it's more complex with Venezuela because we have seen the intervention of Pope Leo. Pope Leo has intervened directly, criticizing any intervention the United States in Venezuela. That has not happened, to my knowledge, for Syria. And so Pope Leo intervening directly into the discussion. Pope Leo means the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the ones who control South and Central America.
Yep.
This
and
week,
you have Zelensky and the Pope.
Zelensky went to visit the Pope in Castel Gandolfo. Probably there was the gay
probably had the gay
chef preparing some nice stuff for him. But in any case, Zelensky went to Rome, and that was also another big disappointment. And plus, once again, seeing this charade, Zelensky going there to Giorgia Meloni. Giorgia Meloni say, and Zelensky I trust that everything will be fine, because it's like Zelensky went to the Pope, guys. Zelensky is waging war against Russia on behalf of the Pope. Now, this might seem shocking for a lot of people, but if you read volume 9 of my Confessions and read the whole history of Ukraine, that is not so shocking, because Ukraine has been artificially constructed as being a national identity since the 1850s initially by secret societies affiliated with Freemasonry, the Illuminati, Germany, Poland, to create this artificial identity of a country who in reality was part of Russia and was Russia. But you see, the interest that other countries had against Russia forged and created this identity, and then it became eventually a country after the fall of the Soviet Union, because in the meantime, during the Soviet Union, the Ukrainians were recognized because, of course, of the influential Ukrainians within the Soviet Union. But having said that, the Ukrainians were always part of Russia. It was simply historically part of Russian history. Now,
I just want to show this. Zelensky has a $1 million villa in Italy, so Tuscany. So
no, but I would like to show you something even better than that, if you want. Yeah? Okay, no, because then people always say, but Trump here, Trump there, Trump everywhere. He promised us the end of this war in 24 hours. Now, after a few months, this is the toilet, the golden toilet that the principal collaborator of Zelensky built for himself. I wish I had one. It looks very nice.
Saddam's palace had a bunch of that, had golden toilets and sinks and stuff. Yeah,
I mean, it's incredible.
I actually got to sit on one. It's like a regular toilet. It's no big deal.
No, but sitting, okay, but I mean, it can be kept. I think that it can be kept clean and everything very easily. I mean, it's gold, so it's very easy to.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, in any case,
maybe it kills bacteria better. Who knows?
Yeah. Let me tell you, this toilet was built with mine and your money. With the money that we pay in excess when we go to the gas pump, when we go to the supermarket, when we pay taxes.
Absolutely. That's what's frustrating about it. Totally.
Trump promised America first, and America has not been put first. Because, guys, I'm fed up of giving money for other countries. We could stop this war in Ukraine in 24 hours. And it's always the same thing. Trump issues the thing, and then it gives then the Europeans and Ukraine don't agree.
I think the Europeans NATO keeps interfering with the
Of course.
That's a problem. Because Russia, I mean, Trump met with Putin in Alaska. I think they had a really good plan, and the Europeans keep getting in the way. They keep saying, just blow that off. We'll support you. We'll give you money and weapons and so forth.
Like we said, who created the Ukrainian identity? The Germans, the Polish. Like I explained in my book here, orders like the Order of San Stanislao, these are order of knighthoods that go back hundreds of years, very influential in Ukraine and Poland, and Catholic order, a Catholic order that goes back to the Vatican. Only a month ago, the Vatican celebrated a special mass for the Ukrainian forces with the Secretary of State of the Vatican, Parolin. They are waging war because it's about expanding the power of the Church of Rome instead of the power of the Orthodox Church, which was very influential up until the beginning of the hostilities. They were persecuted. The Orthodox churches were persecuted that were not under the Ukrainian approved, sanctioned, patriarch, whoever that is. It's always about the control of also the religion. This is also a religious war. It's not only, So Zelensky goes to the Pope.
Get involved,
And so Zelensky, how many times did Zelensky go to the Pope? Zelensky has already gone to the Pope in the summer. Has gone to the Pope other times. I mean, maybe I don't know how many times. I should count how many times Zelensky went to the Pope. But the amount of times that Zelensky goes to the Pope demonstrates he's there taking his marching orders from the Pope. And it's a Pope that is in no way friendly to Donald J. Trump, because, of course, it's the Jesuits behind Leo XIV. It was the Jesuit Pope who, since 2023, prepared this gentleman to become Pope. And who is the only guy who told us the name of this Pope before he was elected? Question, Michael. The only American journalist / MAGA influencer who said the name? Steve Bannon.
Wow.
And we go back to Epstein and we go back to the whole show.
Yep.
So it's like,
I think that if Russia, and I think that's their intent, I think they will actually take Odessa, the port, because Europe does not want Odessa taken. They've even said
the difficulty
there. But if they take Odessa, that's the end for Ukraine. Then Europe has to.
But I tell you why they're not going to take it.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. And I explain a little bit about in volume 9. Odessa is the headquarters of the Grand Master of Ukrainian Freemasonry. He and the rest of the Ukrainian Freemasons are very influential. They have already had hostilities with Russian Freemasonry about it and stuff. But I don't think that in the end the Russians want to go into Odessa, because it's about, when it's Freemasonry and we're talking about, it's another situation that prevails.
Yeah.
So they could have taken Odessa if they wanted. I think up until now they had many opportunities. They bombed Odessa in various moments, and it is historically
over the last couple of days. I've been bombing Odessa quite severely. The people of Odessa are like, the press gangs that are forcing people. They're attacking press gangs. It's I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of a push going in a certain direction there. It sounds like.
Well, the push is basically the war that is manifesting here. It's a war that is going to expand into the rest of Europe.
Yeah,
inevitably.
Another world war. You think there's going to be another world war?
Well, then it depends from who we have in power on this side of the world, and if that person wants to engage, and we. As people maybe need to remember that history tends to repeat itself. Initially, we were not directly involved in the Second World War. It took some time to get directly involved. And so not necessarily we might directly be involved from the beginning of the hostilities. But Europe will become that battlefield that might be required by the New World Order in order to then implement the next stage, which will be a much closer one world government scenario.
Yeah. Now, remember when we did that roundtable with Ole Demigard and Juan O'Savin? So Juan O'Savin says it's all about England. England basically still controls us economically here in the United States. What are your thoughts on that?
England is very much historically waging war with Russia for over 150 years. I mean, they've been at it for a long time. They're the ones who have been pushing NATO to get involved with this hideous war from the very beginning. I tell you, I know that from people within the English armies. I mean, I know it directly. They were training the Ukrainians. They were behind the coup. They were there from the very start. Just the other day, there was actually a British soldier that was killed in Ukraine. And there has been at least 20 UK soldiers that have been killed.
Oh, yeah.
Portuguese
too. I guess there was a group of Portuguese in one of the cities, and they just.
But historically, let's say that the English have been fighting the Russians for even before they were even before they were the Soviet Union. So even when they were the Russian Empire, even if the Tsars were related to the Queen Victoria, there was a relation, but there's always been jealousies and things going on. And so, yes, the war has been always there between these two factions. In reality, if you ask me today, who is really the driving force behind Europe, I would tell you England. But the connection with America, well, it should have been severed in 1776. But there is, of course, some remains of it that might be visible at times.
Yeah.
Having said that, we officially severed this in 1770. So there is people who tend to bring back the fact that in reality we still bow down to the British imperialism and to the monarchy in some way. When Donald Trump went to King Charles, it didn't really serve the purpose of being contrary to that viewpoint, because I mean, we saw once again the President of America going there, the King, the whole show, blah blah blah. We have also
saw him walking in front of both times he was there, walking in front of the Queen and walking in front of the King, and we discussed before this, going all the way back to Edward III. Who started the Order of the Garter, and then the Knights Templar after that. And so Donald Trump is a Knight Templar. He has, on his mother's side, he is a Scottish heritage, which basically traces all the way back to Edward III. So Edward III started the 100-Year War, and maybe that's why he walks in front of him, because he's like he's a real deal, and they basically usurp.
Well, okay, talking about the Order of the Garter, lately we had Prince Andrew, who was kicked out of the Order of the Garter just a couple weeks ago.
Here.
That was one, the remaining royal titles that were left to him.
Because of the Epstein connection.
Because always of the Epstein connection. The most
the figurehead, they tried to, deflect. It's like, it's just him. It's just him.
But there is one thing that very few people know. When you join British Freemasonry, like I did back in the days when I was initiated in the United Lodge of England, there is a specific passage in the ritual that says that this initiation is more than the most noble order of the Garter will ever offer you.
Wow.
So there is a specific passage that makes you understand that the Freemasons, which of course then in this side of the world are very influential as well as everywhere else, have a special connection. The Red Cross definitely, like, you indicate, present in the Order of the Garter is also the Red Cross of the Knights Templar. So there is definitely that, after the Knights Templars were, it was 1348 when the Order of the Garter came into power. So the Knights Templar had been dismantled officially. Some remains of the Knights Templar had moved to Scotland for protection. Right. And actually, they also inspired the birth there of another important order. But then at that point, King Edward of England felt he will take on this cross, also connecting it, of course, dedicating it to St. George, which itself is a very important and venerated saint for England.
Yeah. Wow. And you're potentially connected to Trump as well.
No, I mean, yes, my bloodline in Scotland, yes, we have a common ancestor with Donald J. Trump, because he has this link.
You gotta get you guys meeting.
We have this link. But I think that the problem is that we are assisting, unfortunately, to, when I favor only the elite, but the elite based on the interest this elite can manifest. and rather than the people who voted you. I have some problems with that because I have more of a Robin Hood also element in my bloodline.
No doubt about it.
which I see myself more in, defending the people's interests rather than Peter Thiel or rather than some other,
me too,
Elon Musk or whatever, or the Saudi prince that comes there and I put him a red carpet. Now, like I explained in my book, the latest book dedicated to Jeffrey Epstein, that then there is this whole connection within the Sabbatean Frankists and the British nobility, the British royalty, that saw also the nobilization of the Rothschild family, the fact that they started to mix with the nobles, royalty.
And they established Israel, and
they established Israel thanks to that.
Czar and all that stuff. Yeah, it's
they
never
established
Israel, part of Israel.
They established Israel, and Israel became a manifestation of that idea that they had in England, in the Puritan circles, about bringing first the Jews back to England where they had been kicked out, and then back to Israel for the manifestation of the end times. It seems that the plan went well. So now what we're going to see next? I mean, what is the next step that they're going to undertake? Rebuilding the Third Temple? Is it going to be about manifesting the Antichrist as well as the Messiah? It is this really that we have to think about. The cyber Satan, AI, robotic reality, aiding a force that we were warned would be the force of the mark of the beast. And so it is important that we understand that everybody like Trump trying to do good things initially, but then of course finding itself in the hands of these people that are definitely in charge of Washington, D.C. This drainage of the swamp has been I mean, have you noticed that Trump has not discussed the drainage of the swamp for the last few months? It's not been a mention. So why is that? I mean, why is he not interested in draining the swamp? Because that is what we should be. And then at the same time, though, we have another interesting element that today I want to bring you out in the last minutes of our show. You remember I talked about in 1991, Les Wexner had created this Jewish study group, this mega group. I don't know, we discussed it in the past, now when I discussed my book. Now, one of the members was Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg, who is now going to be bringing out a new movie that is kind of being placed as a turning point for the revelation of the alien reality. They even claim, some sources, that maybe he might have access directly himself to UFOs in the making of this movie. But Steven Spielberg is also part of this whole clique of people. And then, of course, we have a lot of talk these days about this comet that is passing and everything else connected to it, either as a way of bringing more disinformation to the fold, or either or something really revelatory that is going to happen. So I think that the UFO phenomena thing, which there's been a lot of talk about, it's still unfolding and has still some kind of moment that might manifest more in 2026. So what is your idea, Mike?
So yeah, it's a possibility. Very, very strong. I think it's going to manifest.
it seems like they are, pointing towards letting us. I mean, Trump understands that he needs to do something dramatic to make us come out of this negative loop of sorts. Maybe that could be a possibility to bring him, to bring his legacy to an historical, I mean, he has how many years left? He needs to leave his legacy. I mean, for me, if I was president now, the most important thing would be my legacy. When I'm in the second mandate, I don't have any more future in politics, and I will be retiring as a private citizen after 2028. So I think that could be a point that maybe Trump would like to touch in a way. So that might be, but at the same time, we're going to see how the UFO disclosure is going to also affect how the AI is threatening democracy, how the AI is manifesting, because as you know, I have always discussed since volume 7 and volume 9 also the topic of reverse engineering at the basis of the AI revolution that we have today. As a product, the AI as a product of this AI revolution. And I think that we need to understand that today, if we are living immersed by this digital prison, is because of that. I have said it in the past, and I'm never gonna. So the fact that today we are living an erosion of the democratic trust and accountability, that we are gonna be flooded by more and more AI and more robotics. How much of this artificial intelligence is already in our present politics? That is what I've been asking myself more and more in the last few weeks when I see these politicians passing laws, passing this and that. But how many of them nowadays simply go on open AI or Grok, whatever it's called on X Twitter, and then formalize, maybe my future law proposal with the AI. Mm-hmm. Even the Microsoft Pilot publicity
gives them a lot of insight these days.
Today, when we see the Microsoft Pilot publicity on TV, we are seeing and encouraging the humans to use not their brains, but to react with the AI in their hands and saying, okay, we're going to do this, and you're going to do that. So the politician is doing that. But then that means that the AI is taking over the politics. So the AI is running more and more things, and these politicians are going to become simply more and more puppets in the hands of this AI, until at one point, maybe the Americans are going to realize that they're spending a lot of money for a bunch of puppets. And at that point, that is going to be the moment in which they're probably going to simply say, okay, let's give our trust to a bunch of, pure council of technocrats, and that is going to become the ultimate dystopian reality of the future, where there's not going to be, 100 senators. It's going to be 10 senators.
I think we might get down to that because the corruption is being exposed on a massive level with these politicians. Seems like all of them are insider trading. They come in with $100,000+ and they leave, and after 4 or 5 years, they have like 15, 25 million in their accounts. People are getting disgusted with it. I think they're all.
But in fact, what you're saying is very good, because it fits in perfectly also with all this infighting between people of the same parties, or Trump against the Democrats, Democrats against Trump. Everybody is becoming disillusioned with politics that doesn't deliver really the change that we really want. Politics is becoming the disappointment.
Totally, yeah.
And so the future then becomes the future where we actually demand the AI to take over. We demand that autocratic element to take over. But at that point, the surveillance, privacy, authoritarian tendencies, which people like Peter Thiel and Palantir are already preparing for us, means that we are all controlled. I mean, in China, they are already working with the AI on a massive level, credit score system.
I believe China is winning the AI war, and they probably will win it, actually, unfortunately.
But what is winning the AI war, Michael? Because really,
winning, yeah, it's a good point. What is winning? Where you have more control, where you're using more AI.
If I become a dehumanized shell of a man in the hands of the AI, is that going to make my life better?
No.
It's we see, for example, where all this is heading, and it's heading in a direction in which the humans are definitely becoming. Now, let's be controversial for the last few minutes of the show. Nick Fuentes, the guy has never had sex, and he's a 27-year-old male. He describes himself as an incel. What the heck is that? You have never had sex, 27 years old?
What kind of man are you?
No, but that is and he has millions of followers who are like him.
Millions, yeah. Yeah, he has some good points. He's quite a conversationalist, but no, you have a good point. I mean, is that the future of
so is that the future of the younger generation?
It's not even like he's a human.
Okay, so we will have people like him who hate women, who basically live this reality, but then the children will be produced in a laboratory. You go and purchase them at the supermarket, and it becomes a society which is really something out of the worst sci-fi movie. And
it's already there, Leo, in a lot of different ways.
But
my daughter confided to me that she's given a bunch of her eggs. She went through a very high-speed program where they only select like 1% of the population, and so she was able to give all these eggs, and she got tons of money for it. And I was always wondering how she did so well, but she got so elite people would come in and buy those eggs because it would have her background. She has like my background, her mother's, and all that, So, just it was pretty impressive.
That is pretty far out. But I mean, the new generations are becoming less and less social in reality.
Yeah.
They are social in the virtual world, of course, but in the reality, they are becoming really isolated. To implement this massive psychological transformation on the youth.
And there's very few youth now that even want to have babies. It's very, very, I mean, I look at my family and other families around me. I put this out in shows, and a lot of people responded like, yeah, we have like hardly any, of course, there's some families that are like very prolific, thankfully.
Well, the families are very prolific, especially are Muslim.
Yeah, good point.
And I remember, and this can be the closing point I make today. Monsignor Mario Pieracci, this famous Italian media priest who was my mentor in the Catholic Church and so on, he confessed to me that the Catholic Church was calculating the amount of babies the Muslims had, and that's why they were pushing for a transformation that included Islam, because they said otherwise we will be losing our jobs and our churches will all close down. Now, that was pretty shocking when he admitted that. It was pretty shocking for me because he admitted something that I never thought possible. I mean, here we have a Catholic priest. And so, it's not only the Pope Leo with the Islamic dance, it's the Pope Leo knowing very well that he needs to embrace Islam because Islam is the future of Europe, because they are the only ones who are making things in Europe.
There we go. You said it. That's it. And that's the way it is. And they're trying to do it here in America. And President Trump is trying to get him out. So we'll see how successful that is, or maybe it's
But
just
that's
a
not
show.
going to happen if you lay the red
late.
carpet to
Too late.
the prince of Saudi Arabia, because and Qatar also gives you a bunch of money. Guys, let's not forget. I mean, I explained it here in Volume 10. Qatar has invested heavily on Newsmax, out of all media.
Wow.
So
Interesting.
that's, makes you understand that they are. I think that people have heard of Dearborn, Michigan, a place where the majority of Muslims voted in 2024 for Donald J. Trump. So
Good point. Yeah.
we have to be very realistic with these things, because otherwise we tend to maybe. I understand.
Overgeneralize. Yeah, we can't, because I've been to Muslim countries. Yeah, they have extreme Islamists there, and they really screw things up. But for the most part,
they have good people.
Muslims just like everybody else.
Absolutely, they have very good people,
just like everybody else. So
probably when it comes to the family,
religion is a problem.
Religious religion is a problem, but also, the families, the Islamic families, have a concept of family that at the moment seems to protect those traditions in a better way than we as Christians have done, because our Western society is fracturing, and these people instead are producing babies, like we just said. So for the end of this,
well, I said Christians weren't producing babies, and you said Muslims were producing. So we're both right. So very good point, and that's why they're pulling them into all these European countries and America.
In America, and it's expanding. Like I said in this book, is 6 million. Soon, in 10 years from now, it's going to be 12 million, and then you're going to have entire states of the United States of America in their hands, because the occupation is methodic. Then you have countries that are very rich in oil, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or whatnot, who finance the big mosques that open in the cities. And you cannot stop them, because oil is their gold, and we still have a necessity for that oil. So they seem to be pretty strong. For them, oil became from the very beginning that gift from God, from Allah, that will help them expanding. And it seems that's what's happening. So thank you so much for having me on your show. It was a great chat
today. Oh my God, good job. Thank you.
We end up at 2025 though with a positive thought. I hope that we can all spend our Christmas, this Christmas, in the best way possible. I hope all our viewers will have really their dear ones next to them, and that we can share this tradition, which is primarily a Christian tradition, all together.
Yes, beautiful. Well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Leo. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas to you, to your wife, Tracy, and all the people who are following us, remembering that maybe 2026 is not going to be so nice on us. We can at least enjoy this 2025. And let's pray. Let's pray, because maybe the power of prayer is still
still very, very valuable. Yeah,
very active, very possible with prayer to form and shape the reality, because our reality is shaped by our thoughts, and so our thoughts need to be positive. I know it's not been an easy year, also for you and for many of us, but we need to have a positive resolution for the new year, even in the face of all these adversities. And let's hope that even Trump realizes certain mistakes, and that affordability is not a hoax. If I go into the shop, or if I go to the gas pump and I continue to pay more for Zelensky's golden toilets. Take care. All the best, guys.
All the best. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So yesterday we had Juan on, and he was talking about the national election emergency that Trump is going to call. How about that? All right. So all of these naysayers that talk about the the election steal was a lie. They still do. Although I'd say probably 60 to 70% of people in the U.S. and probably even a higher number around the world know their election was stolen. So we're moving in the direction where he's going to call a national emergency, according to Juan, and that will make sense. Then we'll have fair votes. Miami just voted a Democrat mayor. Are you kidding me? So it's getting a little ridiculous out there, and I'm not liking it. This election, these election steals, Democrats nowhere, and I don't know. Maybe in Miami they have a lot of people coming from New York, and that's a problem with a Republican state. You get a lot of people that are infiltrating from they're running from Democrat hellholes and coming and creating hellholes within Republican good areas. Very frustrating. So we'll see how long that lasts. Like Juan and I said, we get fair elections. The Democrat Party goes away. There will be a Republican landslide like we have never, ever seen before. So national emergency election, going to be called national emergency election, something like that. It's going to be called by President Trump. So all of you whiners out there in the political parties out there, the rhinos and the Democrats aren't going to like that very much. So that's pretty much what he talked about yesterday. If you haven't seen that video, a lot of you have. Go check that out. It was one I did with Juan. It's on the YouTube channel. All right, very insightful. I think Juan was a little has been partaking of some alcoholic tasty beverages, and so he was very open. He was very open, and that's okay. We like it when he gets open and reveals. Of course, I get out of the way so he can reveal. There's a lot of things I like to say, but he has to build a narrative. Because imagine if I were to tell you that you don't have your freedoms anymore, and you're like, well, what do you mean? And I'd be like, that's all I got for you. Yeah, there's, I can't tell you anything more than that. You'd want a story behind that, right? You'd want a story behind that. And of course, I have someone that can share a story behind that. Michelle Melendez. Michelle.
Hey, aloha.
Wow, what an amazing view. Good job. Thank you.
I'm in Oahu right now helping a friend, and I just thought I'm going to sit outside and show you guys Diamond Head.
Diamond Head. I love that. I haven't seen that in a long time up close. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. My book, after I wrote The Great Maui Land Grab, how did we get into this mess? How did we lose our freedoms? And that's what the book is about. I'll just share with you guys really quickly how it happened. It was in 1871 when the District of Columbia was created, and they took the Washington and Georgetown, and they stuck them together and created a 10 square mile radius and called it the District of Columbia. And basically what that means, or what that meant to the country, to the nation, was that this district was outside of the United States of America, and it actually was run under Congress. Congress, literally, this is where Congress sits. This is the nation. They didn't want to put the capital of the nation in any sovereign state because they didn't want that particular state to have extra power over Congress. So they made this special area outside of the United States of America. And so what happened with this special area that Congress literally runs is it started creating agencies, the FBI, the CIA, the CDC, the educational department, all of it. And then those agencies, their power, their rules and regulations trickled in like fingers into all the sovereign states and took them over because of the rules and regulations of that of the District of Columbia. So that's how we lost our freedom. And I was talking to somebody who was like, how can we gain our freedom back? I said, We can gain it back if the sovereign states got rid of all of the federal government's programs and funding, and we created our own, this would be over. It would be done. And we'd go back to having our sovereignty back. But I don't know. The money's too important for these demons.
Yeah, that's true. But we're taking the money away from them, and they're not liking that. Of course, they're trying to push back, but there's nothing they can do about it. And of course, your excellent work, sharing, the Maui, how it was basically a direct injury weapon attack. And then we had the same thing. You brought us a lot of great information about that. Same thing in LA.
Mhm.
And seems like that's stopped now. Do you think maybe we've gotten
No,
upper hand on that?
I think it's more, it's happening on a lesser scale. I live on
Okay.
the Big Island, so I'm on Oahu right now, but I actually live on the Big Island. And on the other side, we have the Hamakua Coast, which is beautiful. There's been 2 to 3 fires on the Hamakua Coast, 2 fires on Hilo, which is the second largest town on the Big Island. And
Right.
Hilo, it's very interesting because you guys got to be looking at your general plans. And Hilo, which is again the second largest town on the Big Island and of Hawaii, it has no county plan. It has no regular county plan. All of the other towns on all the Big Island have their community plans except for Hilo. So we've been going to the county council meetings and talking about this Hawaii General Plan 2045, which wants to turn all important ag land into natural land, which is literally going to force farmers to be having more restrictions on them. Maybe their organic material isn't natural. Maybe the new building they want to create for their farm isn't under natural. So we've been fighting our county council and going to every single meeting. I met with the mayor. He gave me an hour, and I brought him a stack of documents because at first he called us all conspiracy theorists. And then I was like, hey, give me an hour of your time. And he did. And by the end of our meeting, he paused the Hawaii General Plan. But then so it worked, but we're still in the works. So I just want to tell everybody, you gotta go. This is the easiest way to see if your general plan violates the Constitution. You go to ChatGPT, and all you have to do is put in, does my county's plan, put in the name of your county, does my county's general plan violate the Constitution, violate any amendments? I was live with Ann Vanderstill, and she did this on a live show, and numerous amendments came up that her general plan was violating.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Wow. So yeah, it's, you've been talking about this for a while. So now you got it down to a very simplified way to find out. I looked when I was in Madeira Beach. I looked at our plan, and it was pretty good.
Good.
Although there were some problems when we had our flooding that we started to, those of us that were there started to show that the city council and so forth was corrupt in a lot of different areas. So you have to be vigilant in a lot of different areas these days.
Yeah, that's why, again, the death of freedom, it's what happened to America and how to save it. Because a lot of people goes, I'm all about actions. I'm like, what can we do? Okay, let's not complain unless there's something that we can actually do. And you guys, there's a lot of things we can do. Number one is, again, check out your general plan, go to your county council meetings, talk to your county council members, and share this information. I've created in the book, there's 3 citizen memorandums. One is about the chemtrails. You can actually use the citizen memorandum. I actually give you the link. You can download it, take it to your county clerk's office and submit it into your county record. Then you can start using that to talk to your legislators and say, hey, this is real deal with these chemtrails. Like, I went and spoke in Nevada. I could not believe the number of chemtrails I saw. It completely covered the sky. It was very disturbing. The second thing of citizen memorandum that's in the book is you can actually put a citizen memorandum about, I don't know what platform you're using, but you can actually, again, put it into your county record. You go to your county clerk's office. It's very easy to do. These are already done for you. They're in the addendums. So you click on the addendums. I don't know if you can pull it up there or not, but if you go to the addendums, you can print these out, you guys, then take them to your county clerk's office. Then you can use that information and documentation by talking to your legislators. So it really, that's our power, is citizen memorandums, affidavits of truth, and then what Cal Washington is doing, which is our notices of liability. We have power against this. We just have to use it, and we need numbers.
So Amazon, any other place the people can get your book?
Death of Freedom, deathoffreedom.com is a little cheaper than Amazon.
Okay.
And so just share it with your, share it out, because this actually helps people understand what happened. There's so many people that don't think anything is going on, but it actually explains how we got here. The founding fathers, it's all business related. It is all about commerce. In fact, the court system is based on what's called merchant law, the law merchant. And this is an ancient law. It's Congress didn't create the system of our government, of our court systems. It actually is based on law merchant, and law merchant was based on the ships. So ships would go into different ports, and they needed one system if anything happened, and to that they could go into courts very quickly, solve the issue so that they could get back on their ship and leave. And so what happened was they actually turned this into the system, into what we have now, which is the court system. And here's another thing too. When you go into the courts, it's not under the Constitution unless you invoke the Constitution in the court system. And you can do that. And the way that you do that is you basically ask a question. You say, Judge, you and the prosecuting attorney have both signed an oath to defend and support the Constitution. Is that correct? Once the judge says yes, which he's not going to want to do. In fact, Captain Matt, who's in the first book I did, Great Maui Land Grab, he didn't have any plates, any state plates on his car. He was traveling, because you can travel under the Constitution. So he gets pulled over, goes to court. The court literally waits till everybody is out. He even said, because they knew him, they knew what he was going to do. So they even had to push, kind of shoo some people out of the courtroom. So he gets up there, and the judge starts talking, and then Matt goes, I have unalienable rights under God. And he looks up, and the judge left the room, walked out of the room when he said that, because once you literally say that you are a sovereign being, a living man or living woman with unalienable rights under God, you take yourself out of the jurisdiction of the law merchant, which is what is run in the courts. So the judge left the room and then came back and the judge was pleading for Matt. It was actually, you could hear the recording. I heard the recording, and they're arguing back and forth. And the judge is going, you're going to plead no guilty, or no, not guilty. You're going to plead not guilty, and we're going to have another court case. And Matt is trying to talk over the judge, saying, you cannot make a plea for me, which they can't. So anyway, long story short, they do another court case, and the police officer doesn't show up, and it gets dismissed. So they will not tell you the truth about the court system. But if you use this, it's going to shift things. It'll shift things out of their jurisdiction. Yeah,
we're taking the control away from them. So they've masterminded a control system, maritime law, pirate law, and if you learn that the constitutional law, basically was written into the law of our land. And they've been stealing it from us for a long time. So we have basically these players that are in these positions of power. They're in positions of power because we've allowed them to be there.
That's right.
And once we start to understand, we don't have to allow them to have any authority over us, because they're in those positions a lot of times through coercion, through manipulation, and all other kind of means that are not lawful. Then they're in a position that's not lawful, and so they have no jurisdiction over us. So beautiful job describing that in your work. Of course, we all love your work. You've been revealing unbelievable information in your books, and this is just a taste. So people, If you want more, the links are in the description box. Definitely go check them out. And anything else you'd like to add, Michelle?
Yeah, G. Edward Griffin wrote the foreword, and that was just such a blessing. I was at the Red Pill Expo with him twice last year, and asked him if he would do the foreword to my book, and he wrote that. And just to have a legend like that to support this work just really meant a lot. And of course, you wrote an endorsement. I just really appreciate that and your time for doing that. But again, I just want to say, you guys, we do have power. Sometimes it feels like, it's so overwhelming, and the corruption is so much, but each one of us is here for a reason. My background is a fitness trainer, and if I can find this information out and do this work, you guys, going to your county council meetings, can they be boring? Yes and no. My sister was actually laughing because we were sitting there in one of our county council meetings, and we had a group, like 30 to 40 of us, each one of us speaking with passion, talking about our general plan and what we don't want and what we're concerned about. And my sister looked at me and said, "This is the funnest I've ever been at a county council meeting," because all of us were really passionate about holding our ground and standing for our freedom. So you guys, we're meant to do this. Find your community, start to grow your numbers in your community in a way that is what we call pono, which is right, and aloha, being kind, and do this work. This is what we're meant to do. If you think it's not coming for you, think again. It's coming for all of us.
Yeah, beautiful. All right, thanks a lot, Michelle. I know you're limited time, but we'll have to do a more thorough show in the future.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, Jaco. Aloha, everyone.
Aloha. All right, so you guys see that there's information out there that can inform us and help us to break free from this manipulative control system. President Trump can only do so much. He can set the stage for a lot of this stuff, like when we have this election emergency, presidential election emergency proclamation that sounds like it's coming. That doesn't mean that we just kick back and election integrity is going to just land in our laps. That gives us the freedom to really push into these areas that have been super compromised. Colorado, New York, lots of different states have been extremely compromised on the election integrity. California, probably one of the most egregious of all of them. This will be the opportunity for those of you that have been, waiting for this type of opportunity, pushing as much as you could, making inroads, and this will create a super highway so you can go high speed into taking down this control system like we were just talking about. Right? It's not just judges; it's also the political manipulators that are out there. It's the educational system that's out there. So many different things they're going to get taken down and destroyed and never to return again, ever. So that's what we're looking for. So you guys know that I have said some things in the past. Michelle was talking about how there is still a little bit of manipulation going on as far as like directed energy weapons, creating fires and burning things. I think on a limited level, that is very, very possibly, and obviously, in her case, as she's describing, going on. So, but on a larger scale, it seems like it has been, suppressed for significantly. I talk about how I predict, weather and so forth, hurricanes. I've been doing that for well over a decade, close to a couple decades, with people, in smaller circles, but on a larger scale, definitely over the last 6 years, I've been on a massive level. So this last year, I talked about how there are ships, large ships, container ships, tankers that are used, and they're helping to create weather patterns out in the water, and that had been proven. So I talked about how wouldn't it be nice if special forces teams like my old team, SEAL Team 6, we did shipboarding Of course, there's a lot of groups that are trained. You can have trained in shipboarding now. You can have Coast Guard. Coast Guard was trained by, and I remember when I was in Virginia Beach at SEAL Team 6, we had a group of trainers that went to the Coast Guard and started training the Coast Guard how to do shipboarding, caving ladders, and going up and how to move and so forth. So yes, there's a lot of different groups out there. Of course, the fleet, naval fleet has components now that have shipboarding crews and so forth. They can launch rubber boats and go out and do shipboarding. So it is something that I said should have been done for the weather modification ships, that big ships that were out there. And lo and behold, we didn't have any hurricanes this year that impacted us. All right. Now, I said, I think maybe a couple days ago, because there's all these people are making comments, because I think they've taken down probably a couple dozen of these speedboat, that are out there. And I think 85 people have been killed, terrorists that are on these speedboats bringing drugs to America. Now, I've known for many, many decades that we have, there are ships out there, like cargo ships, like tankers and so forth, that their rear area, just like you see on ships that are landing craft ships, where their backs basically or their fronts open, and then they have well decks and boats can come in and out. There are tankers and container ships that can do this as well, guys. All right. It's not anything new technology, but it is something that's been hidden from the public for a long time. So a couple of days ago, I talked about that. How about that? So I talked about that, and guess what? One of the headlines is today that we should go board those, because that's where the speedboats are going. They're going to these tankers and these vessels that have large, container ships and so forth that have well decks that are allowing these boats to come in. So today we have breaking news, that Trump confirms U.S. forces interception and seizure of sanctioned oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela. How about that? So I think, I've known this for a while, that Trump and team have been paying attention to what I put out. So not that it hasn't been already going on, but because I reveal it, or other people reveal it, not just me, but it comes into the public domain through one of us influencers, then it can go into the general public, like we're seeing right here. So you see that gentleman that looks like he's going up a ladder. It looks like I don't know if it's doesn't look like a caving ladder to me, but maybe it's a more stationary ladder. So a little bit easier to go up. The caving ladders are just a wire. It's wire on each side, and it's got a little piece of metal that goes in between. And on that metal, we would put what's that? That slip, non-slip stuff that we put on decks. I can't think of the name of it right now, but slips, non-slip stuff, right? So it's been a while. So we put that on the ladders, on the caving ladders, on where the little pieces of metal go, so your boots don't slip. And if you're wearing booties like I used to wear, because I'd be the first one up, they're slick, can be slick, even though they have a nice firm sole on them. They can still slip if the metal is just bare metal. So we put basically this non-skid, and I think that's what it's called. It's called non-skid paint. So it's got basically particles in it. And when you paint it, it dries, and it's textured so that you don't slip. So this looks like a ladder. Maybe this is the new thing. They don't have the caving ladders. Probably the SEAL Team 6 guys still have it, but these guys looked like whoever they are, and they're not SEAL Team 6, otherwise you would not see their faces. But they have some type of ladder that's more firm, easier to climb, as you guys can see. They just stick it up there, and it's probably got a metal hook at the top, which basically can go over the railing, whatever, and hook. Then the first guy goes up, and he'll like do a carabiner, so the next guys come up, they're safe, right? So that's what I would do. I would be the lead climber. That's why they call it lead climber. So your first one up. You could be the first one shot too. So you had to come up with the, after being smashed in the boat for hours, in heavy seas, and then you like climb up this ladder with the boat up and down, and then you get to the top, and you like have to break out your pistol just before you come over the top, and nope, there's nobody there to shoot. Put it, and then get up and then make it safe and signal down to everybody to come up, and then everybody comes up, and then you take down the ship. So that's what, and by when I say take down a ship, you head for the bridge. Now, this can be multiple things that happen at once. So we would have snipers that would come in, little birds that would cover us, and then we would have C-60, or not C-60, but MH-60s, Blackhawks that would come in, and guys were fast rope from the Blackhawks on either side. And then they go up and take down the bridge, and then we start deck by deck, taking over the ship. Right. So this is probably what's going on out there now. So you had these speedboats that were going, so they weren't letting on that they knew where they were going, right? But they knew, of course they knew. So they're hitting these boats before they would get to these container ships. And once you get on those container ships, you can't hit them with those, directed energy weapons or missile systems anymore. Yes, I said directed energy weapons. And so now it's a bigger reveal, guys. So we're in a bigger reveal for the public. And yes, we all work together, and we start to reveal these things, and we make it easier for everybody to understand. All right. So there's things that, I look at, and I'm like, I can't reveal that yet. So I'm not going to just start blowing stuff up, with my talk. So you guys that are watching me, that. So you're safe. Your secrets are safe with me still. So, but this I felt was one of those, because people were asking, WTF, what the frig are we hitting these speedboats? They're definitely not going all the way to mainland United States. And I let it ride. No one say anything for a long time, for weeks. And I'm like, I think it's okay to say this now, because there's so much momentum behind finding out why we're doing what we're doing, and so I said it. And now it's out in the news. It's crazy how that works, right? There's a lot more things I could be saying, but they'll have to wait for the perfect time. All right. So not only am I well informed, from decades of working within that environment and working with systems that were extremely advanced and are still so advanced that you're not going to see them probably for, I don't know, maybe a couple of years until some of those secrets start to be revealed that everybody can benefit from. But it's also from my remote viewing. All right. So I see things, and if I see or hear someone else say something that I have remote view that I know is like, it's kind of sketch. It's on the cusp of, maybe I shouldn't be revealing this yet, but if I hear someone within administration say something along those lines, and I'm like, bam, here we go. I'm putting it out there. So it is a very we all have these abilities. I've talked about this for this is before I became an influencer. I was a teacher of remote viewing and remote influencing, and intuition. So I use these skills. That's how I became so popular. I use these skills basically to look and see where things are going and who's doing what. Of course, YouTube did not like that I was very, very informed, so it took me down. So freedom of speech is back for a certain extent. Now, I saw just recently where some people within administration have been saying that free speech is back, but I can tell you that it's back, but not in everything. In healthcare, all right, there's still things that can get you in trouble. But I've been saying a lot of stuff that I said 5-6 years ago that got me taken down. But I'm just full on a lot of this stuff. I have Juan come on. Juan just goes off. I think he likes to come on and build the narrative like I was talking about before Michelle came on. So Michelle, kind of came in just the perfect time to let you guys know you have to have a story behind, like for instance, we were talking about the freedoms, right? So freedoms have been taken away from us. We can get those back, and we are getting them back. And one of the ways we're going to get them back, we don't have them all yet, but one of the ways we're going to get them back is to have a national election emergency so that a lot of the people that have been manipulating and controlling us, controlling our consciousness, just like, I mentioned with Trump derangement syndrome. When I had Kathy O'Brien on, I wish she had mentioned that while we were having the show, but after the show, we talked a little bit, and she's like, yeah, this Trump derangement syndrome, that's part of the MK Ultra program. And I was like, yeah, okay. That totally makes sense now. Yeah. So, and then Juan yesterday said, you know how they keep doing this Russia thing, and they tried to blame Trump for the Russia collusion and all that kind of stuff, which was all false. That's how they killed JFK, because JFK was behind the scenes having communication with his other in Russia, so that we didn't go to war with them. I think that's pretty cool, right? But the deep state didn't like that. They wanted to be completely in charge, so they convicted him in their court, like we're talking about, the court system, the pirate court, the maritime law court, and it goes into, they have the same system among themselves. They're so corrupt, and so within their own system, they're deciding who's guilty and who's going to pay. So they decided, because Kennedy was talking to Russia and making sure that we didn't get into a nuclear war with them, because as we saw with the Bay of Pigs, that didn't work out so good. Yeah, they double crossed him, and they were like, yeah, we got planes, and then we're like, well, we don't have planes now. And he said, well, you said you had planes, you had this all under control. I'm not going to send U.S. jets into there and have the potential of U.S. servicemen being killed. You said you had this thing under control, so no, they didn't like that, right? So the Russia thing. So he's like, well, you guys are some dirty players. I'm going to just work around your dumbasses, which is what I've done my whole career. So, which is what I'm doing now, right? I'm working around the deep state, and I'm revealing stuff they don't want revealed. So that's pretty much where I'm at. That's what they did with Kennedy, saying, oh, you dirty. They said, you're a dirty rat because you're talking to Russia, and we wanted to have a nuclear war, and you stopped that. So you got to go. And now we have NATO trying to start another nuclear war with Russia. So Ukraine, through Trump, was going to have peace if they had gone with Trump's plan. And Russia was like, if we do this, then yeah, we can have peace. But Ukraine, or Zelensky, is running back over to the NATO, demon rats, demonic assholes, not Democrats, but demon rats. So Democrats, demon rats, same thing. So, so there's demons everywhere. Demons here, demons there, demons everywhere, right? So, yeah, Luciferian. They're Luciferian, yeah. So, I mean, let's just call it what it is. So these people basically are yeah, we'll give you money. Screw Trump. He's a Russia collusion guy, so we can continue to knock him down because there's Russia involved, just like there was with Kennedy. So they're like Russia, Russia, Russia. Yeah. So that's how they attacked Trump for all those years. It's the same thing. That's what Juan revealed last night when I talked to him. And I was like, oh my God, of course. That's why they did the Russia collusion thing. Because when they do that, then they can really come after Trump in their little twisted mind, little, back door, whatever, back deal rooms. This is cigar smoke and whatever. Probably don't smoke cigars anymore. They smoke each other, but so because that's what they like to do. All right, we know that they like to do that to each other, and yeah. So I have to throw this stuff out there sometimes. You'll see me like making jokes, just like Juan does, because the AI monsters that are out there don't understand humor. All right. So I throw this humor and stuff out there like that sometimes, and that throws everything, and they don't like that, and that gets them into such a tizzy they don't make really good decisions after that. So, yeah, I like to throw that stuff out there, and you guys should be doing the same thing. So anyway, they're smoking each other behind the scenes, and they're making decisions while they're smoking each other, and that brings us to the point where we have these really bad decisions for humanity, right? And then those people that are trying to help humanity, like Trump and like Putin, because you look at Russia. Russia is a beautiful Christian nation, family oriented, and so forth. But these clowns talked about how she basically had been mind controlled, mind compartmentalized, and the main thing that they use. So this all came to me. This all came to me after doing all these shows with her, reading her books and everything. It's like it just boom came to me that they mind control not just a Kathy O'Brien. They still do that to hundreds, maybe thousands of children, guys. They do the MK Ultra. She said she went to NASA programs, military programs, DARPA programs that basically did mind control on her. She was Project Monarch. All right, so they compartmentalize their minds, and they can do that as young children. And they come in, they take these young children, and they basically defile them. All right, lots of different ways. All right, and subject them to all kinds of horrors. And so she's like, this was my that's beautiful. 111. Thank you. That's the most, Mary, I've ever gotten. Thanks. Appreciate that. And that's a beautiful number. That's an angelic number. So we are basically moving into a direction where we're exposing all this, but we have to understand it's not pretty. It's not a pretty system that they've been using against children within their own families. Their own families. You look at Bush Jr. He was obviously that boy was mind controlled. Right? He was messed up. He was bad. And then you have a lot of other, families, Rothschild families, Clinton families, you name it. These families are messed up. They file their children so that they can use their children in these programs. And they'll eventually, if they're really mind controlled really well, they'll move to the top. So Kathy's talking about how her mind's fractured, and I was like, I've heard from so many other people that are coming forward, and Kathy was one of the first ones. So revealing, and then more reveals come out, just like they're revealing that they haven't actually shown the ship with the open. I think that will come next. Where they're going to show some of these ships that have open bows or open sterns where boats can go in. I think that's going to come. Now. So when someone reveals and other people start to reveal more, they're like, okay, green light. They didn't take him down. Okay, I'm going to reveal. It's kind of the way I've been. And so Kathy O'Brien very early on was revealing on this stuff. So I was like, they fractured your mind and compartmentalized it so that you could be a transporter of information. And she said that was the main, she described why they take them out at 30, because your brain starts to awaken. They know it's going to start to awaken. So they make a sacrifice out of you. They burn you alive at the, what's that event in Northern California where, Alex Jones went out there. God, what's the name of that place? Somebody throw it in the chat. So the name that Meadows, it's where they have the big trees, right? The redwoods. Bohemian Grove. Thank you, David. So Bohemian Grove, she said that she was in line when she turned 30 to be burned alive in front of everybody. And I was like, well, of course they would do that, because that's going to show all of those people that go to that. President Reagan used to go to that. Hello. So they're going to show them that they're going to protect you, because she worked with President. Well, they pass information, because what's the best way to pass information? There's a place in Florida called the Villages. And in this place, everyone they ride around in their golf carts, and they're, well informed. They're former, retired military, a lot of them. And some of them have, lawyers, you name everything. So they don't call each other up. They get on the little golf cart and they go and they get together and they have coffee or whatever, crumpets, and they talk. All right. That is the best way to pass information, because no one is listening in. So with Kathy bringing them information, she doesn't know what she's bringing them. She's bringing code words. So they compartmentalize her mind. Okay, here's a code word. When they say this, then it activates you to say this, and that's going to inform them. All right. She doesn't know that. And then when she gets back, they scrub that out of her brain. Right. But like I said, as they get older, at the 30-year mark, people awaken. I mean, a lot of you are older than 30 that are in this group, all right? And you have awakened because you had time to look, right? Up until that point, you're just like, go, 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 go. And you're like, oh, what's that on the news? Oh, and you just got mind controlled and you don't even know it, all right? So a lot of us have woken up to this. So that's what Kathy went through, and she's disclosing that. She's talking about how we can break free from that in her books. Michelle Melendez talking how we can break free from this in her books. My shows telling you how to break free from this. Get informed. Start to understand this stuff. Start to see through all the bullshit, right? Because there's a lot of it out there, and that's what Juan said. He said, he has a Magador thing with Trump, and he says Trump is not going to focus on the bullshit anymore. He's going to release the Krakens. He didn't say that, but that's my words. And he's going to start the the emergency election fraud system is going to go into effect. So, oh my God, that's going to be so good. But again, it's not done when he does that. It's like that's when we really get the free reign to really get involved, guys. So he's creating an environment where we can take back our country and get more involved, kind of like Michelle was talking about, where you get involved with what is your city council doing? What kind of laws have they passed that are unconstitutional that you need to be aware of so that you can push back on? And you can get groups of people that go into the city council and say, you guys are doing unconstitutional stuff here. You're going to have to reverse that. All right. So, or we're going to vote you out of here, and we're going to make this extremely public, and with your names, and your lives are going to be ruined, and so forth. No. So that's what's going to happen. Tactical civics. That's really good, Arlene. Thank you for bringing that up. Tacticalcivics.com. There's lots of different ways. You should be paying taxes, federal taxes. All right. So there's lots of ways that you can stop that. Many of you have, many of us have. And if you get informed, just like you saw Michelle describing, if you have the right verbiage, it all stops. Now, Trump has said that we're probably going to be able to do away with the federal tax. No more federal tax because we are making so much money with taxing all of these countries. So today, the Federal Reserve manipulator came out and said that President Trump's taxation, where he's taxing other countries and so forth, is causing inflation. Bullshit. All right. So let's look at that. All right. So right now, today, as we're speaking, the real money that we're going to be moving to very shortly, silver, is going up and away in my beautiful balloon. So there it is. Look at that. Silver is at 62, almost $63 an ounce right now. Gold is starting to creep back up on its all-time high, which is at 44. So it's at 42, 43. So up $11 is creeping up. Platinum doing really well too. And then the miners, as you guys can see here, SIL and SIL Silver juniors. So the majors and the juniors both are doing well. Majors are up 1.64 and juniors are up 1.3. Usually juniors really rocket fast. I don't know why they're not right now, but anyway, keep an eye on that. All right. So Santa Claus rally. I know a lot of you guys are probably still invested in the stock market. You're going to get your Santa Claus rally because what happened today? What have they been waiting on? They've been waiting for the Federal Reserve to come out and say they're going to cut rates. Now, they were pushing for a long time. So Dr. Kirk Kelly and I both agreed that they were the last, we said for the next couple Federal Reserve meetings, for the next 3, I think it was actually. I think they've done it 3 times now. How many times did it? We said that they're going to cut rates all the way up into December. And then they were coming out saying, no, they're not going to cut rates because inflation is high. It's bullshit, guys, because what makes inflation go higher? The price of energy. What has President Trump done since he's been in office? He's dropped the price of energy. So all prices are dropping, right? So the Fed coming in and saying, no, it's because Trump is taxing the world. It's not working out so good. It's causing inflation. Lies, and damn lies. All right. Federal Reserve will soon be going away. And then we go to silver and gold. Silver and gold. Silver. Let's watch the cartoon movie. What is it? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So you have Burl Ives in there singing silver and gold. So that's what we're going back to, silver and gold, right? So right now, silver is above $63. Woohoo! So it's up $2 right now. All right, so tomorrow, the next day, probably it could continue to go up, and towards into the end of the year, it's probably going to be close to $75, guys. All right. So I know, again, there's lies, and more lies and damn lies that have been spread that silver is going to, oh, look at that number of viewers, 1771. Oh, that's pretty cool. Can we get a 1776 there? All right. So come on, I'm watching. Come on, 5 more. Let's go. Get it. Come on, hit it. It's probably going to go to like 3,000 or something, which is cool. No, it went down. Oh, well, there's a lot more watching, I'm sure. But anyway, silver and gold, silver and Bitcoin's down, but I think probably Bitcoin's going to explode. Look at the Dow Jones went up 1% today, almost 500. It was up almost 600, pull back a little bit. NASDAQ was up. Santa Claus rally. All right, so you're going to see this puppy go because they were just waiting for the Fed to come in and make the decision on the rate cut, and now it's Santa Claus rally time, right? So manipulation central, right? It keeps going. keeps getting manipulated up. It's the last thing, because the Fed was talking today about how housing is not so good, right? Which your boy said was going to be going down. I've been saying it for a couple of years, and yeah, over the last year and a half, 2 years, it's been going down for a lot of areas, and it's going to continue to fall very significantly. Now, I think that the Federal Reserve is going to be replaced. The head of the Federal Reserve will be replaced, and we will see potentially a rate cut all the way into the midterms, so that the economy keeps cranking. Right? So I don't know, but I think it's a possibility. Economy could like crank downward real hard, but I don't know if they keep pumping the money out there. That's what makes that greases the skids and keeps everything going up. We could potentially, if we see a rate cut, so we're at 3.5, I think, right now, something like that. So that'll bring it down to like maybe about 2, which will be fair, right? Should be 0, but it'll bring it down to about 2, right? And that will make a lot of things easier to buy. I don't know. I think if we get that, as you guys can see, January, March, May, June, July, quarter point each one of those. Then we get a little pause in August, in September, and October. All right, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that makes it, if it's quarter point every time, that's 1.5 points total. That's easy because we're at 3.5. Easy. And the guy that Trump looks like he's going to get into the Federal Reserve position is a guy that's probably going to lower those rates, guys, every time. All right. So interesting times we have. It'll be interesting if that's what happens. So maybe there'll be just a very slow and deliberate squeeze of the financial institutions, and they'll be ejected out, held up on charges, and all of them will go to jail forever, maybe executed. New polling puts President Trump in landslide lead when it comes to the economy, defying Democrats' biggest midterm narrative. That's another indicator for me that this gravy train is going to continue, guys. Right? So if we're going to continue to see the stock market reach even greater heights, which it needs to go to like ridiculous. I guess it hasn't gone to ridiculous level yet. In 1929 and 2008-ish, whatever, it went in the dot-com bust. It went to ridiculous levels. Right? We haven't seen ridiculous yet. So we can't have a really good crash unless we have ridiculous levels. Right? So I'm pushing for ridiculous. Right? So when we get ridiculous, we're going to see everything else go ridiculously high, like crypto, like silver and gold, and we'll see even stocks go up. They'll pull back, yeah, occasionally here and there, like they have been, but they're probably going to go like ridiculous, and ridiculous can get it. You can think there's no way it can get more ridiculous, and then it'll go more ridiculous, right? So don't think that it can't go super ridiculous. I think we need a super ridiculous, but you never know. It may not. So if given the binary choice of going back to the Biden Democrat policies of the last presidential term or going forward with Trump, the GOP appears to be in good shape. And there is a guy that I follow that prognosticates elections, and he's been a dead ringer for going back 3 cycles, or even before Trump came in. He's saying that the midterm is going to be a red wave. Now, we've heard this before, and we know that Democrats come in and sabotage the shit out of that. Right? So the only way that that's going to get turned around and be a red wave, even with the Democrat machine potentially manipulating things like it seems like they're doing. We just got a mayor in the big red state of Florida in Miami, and we just had all those Democrats win up in the Northeast. So it appears to me that there's going to be manipulations unless we come in with unless President Trump comes in with the block. All right, so he throws the block, and then we run the like I was running back, so I love a good block, and I would run it in for touchdown because I was a mover. I ran very fast back in the day, right? And you could hit me, and I could keep going, and it'd take a lot of people hitting me, take me down. So it was fun. If I hadn't, I was like, should I go to college and become a professional running back, or should I go SEAL teams? SEAL teams, right? So that's what I did. All right, I think it worked out pretty good. All right, so but occasionally I think about those days, and I think about the manipulation that goes on in professional football these days with and how games are thrown, and I'm like, yeah, I probably wouldn't have liked that. I like having a little bit more control over my life. All right, so we all want control over life, and if President Trump's team basically comes in and does a nice block so we can run in the football and score, and I don't really care, who it is, because Mike Lindell is probably going to be the governor of Minnesota, like Jesse Ventura. So Jesse Ventura came into Minnesota. So Minnesota doesn't like. So we go all the way back into the farmers back in the early 1800s. They didn't like bullshit in Minnesota. All right. So the farmers had a very good say back in the day. Jesse Ventura was not on any political party, really. He was on the anti-party party, and so he won. And so Mike Lindell looks like he's going to come in and do the same thing. So he's like been exposing corruption like crazy, and I think Minnesotans are ready to get rid of the craziness that's been going on in their state with the what is it? Is that Ilhan Omar is in Minnesota? She's in Minnesota, or is that another state? I got to get this down. So I always wondered this. Somebody know? So, Minnesota. So Minnesota, I think if they get Mike Lindell, which I think is a good chance, because they are basically they push back against the system when the system is bad. It could be Omar she's in Minnesota. All right, so there you go. Minnesotans are fed up with this bullshit. Billions of their dollars basically went to organizations that are supposed to be benefiting children and elderly, didn't go to them, and was supposed to be going to autistic people. If you haven't seen that autistic show that I did just recently with a doctor, basically that talks about how you can change your diet and autism goes away. Wow, you need to watch that. All right, Minnesota, yes, Minnesota. Is that right? Minnesota. Is that like Indian? Is that Indian name, right? Minnesota. But I don't think the Indians say it like that. You go up there. I've been through that area, and there's all kind of Indian names. Pretty cool. So yeah, I think Ilhan Omar and the Somali mafia have really pissed some people off, and I think they're ready to push back. Turbin, Texas. Yep, you guys marry? Absolutely. You got some problems down there, and Tejas as well. So I think in Tejas that can get cleaned up real quick with the right governor. Right. So you might be looking at a new governor in Tejas, and if you get the right governor, then you'll clean that Texas place up real quick. The Jihad Squad gotta go. All the Jihad squads. Even in Florida, in not St. Petersburg, but in what's other So anyway, in Florida, they're going to have like a big Muslim rally for 3 days, all right, coming up. And they're going to have all these speakers and so forth. Not Miami, nope. God, just there. Can't even think of it. My mind, it's gone. Bye-bye, mind. No, I can't remember everything. So Tampa. So Tampa. So give me time and I'll figure it out. So Tampa, yes, thank you, Michelle. All right, so I must have got your thought. You must have thought it, and I go, oh, thank you. All right, so Tampa, they're going to have a Muslim rally, and they're going to have tens of thousands of Muslims going to show up in Tampa, and they're going to demand for Sharia law in Florida. I don't know, but I'd be very, very cautious there, guys, and maybe a pushback, maybe a counter to their whatever they're doing. All right. If you don't get involved, then you're basically acquiescing to whatever they do. Right. Miami will be a port and headquarters for what is that? What are you saying there? Saudis, Latin America. Right, Saudis, Latin America. Yeah. Tampa is very liberal too. Yes, very, very liberal. Unfortunately. So yeah, a lot of these big states, or big cities, are almost all of them are Democrat run, liberal guys. Almost every throughout the United States. I remember looking it up one time, and it was like just almost all of them. All the big cities had Democrats that were running them, the mayors. Let's see. Liberals and big, that's kind of vague. Liberal mayors. How about that? Liberal mayors. You can do it at home too. Liberal mayors in big cities and big U.S. cities. Many large U.S. cities are led by Democratic, often considered liberal mayors. Many. That's AI overview. So, of course, Eric Adams, New York City, Brandon Johnson, Chicago, Karen Bass, Los Angeles, and Juan said that Karen Bass was not elected. Michelle Wu in Boston, Brandon Scott in Baltimore. They push back on federal actions, say that they push the Trump derangement, MK Ultra mind control system. So that's good. We should start calling it that, guys, because that's what it is. It's a MK Ultra mind control system, the Trump derangement system. So now that we put a face on the problem, we can start to understand a lot better. All right, so let me go. A list of 50. All right, so here we go. I got it. I got it for you. All right. I got the research. I got the power. Oh. All right. It's blue. It's bluer than blue. Look at all that blue. Oh my God. There's red. Eric Johnson and Dallas. That just happened. Because I know Dallas was blue. Good job. All right. Fort Worth. Oh, two Texans and let's start to take it back, guys. You see? Oklahoma City, good. Of course, El Paso, Democrat. Look at all these: Portland, Democrat; Memphis, Boston, Las Vegas, Washington, San Francisco, Louisville, Charlotte, Columbus, Indianapolis, San Jose, Austin, Honolulu, Jacksonville, San Diego, San Antonio, Philadelphia, Phoenix. All the big cities. All the big cities are blue, guys. Oh, one independent. He's probably leans Democrat, though. And who knows? Some of these Republicans could be rhinos. Mesa, Arizona, Republican, good. Fresno, California. Yeah, that's Fresno has been one of the holdouts in California. And they want to break away from California. I remember talking about that, and that video that I did on YouTube got taken down. Virginia Beach Republican. Awesome. That's where the SEAL teams are. So Suarez, Nomas there in Miami. So he's gone. He was basically Rhino. But yeah, 50 largest cities. They're pretty much all Democrat guys. Like I said. All right, there you go. You're welcome. All right. You're welcome for informing you of the obvious. All right. Yes, we are a country that is not headed in the right direction. So we get fair elections like Trump's going to bring in. You're going to see that blue go red, and could be like a Mike Lindell, which is not probably going to be either party. Right? Just like Jesse Ventura wasn't. Jesse, I agree with a lot of stuff Jesse puts out there, but Jesse's a wild card. All right, so super chat sticker. All right, like it. All right. Now, how can you guys help yourself and support me? Is join LifeWave. Right. If you're not on LifeWave yet, you want to be. You should be. Everybody should be on LifeWave. It's fantastic, and not bullshitting. I don't bullshit. Right. So I know a lot of you guys are on it. Everybody that's I'm going to be sending performance bundles to all the people that are in my that have wrenches. I get their. You guys work with Mike, and he's got your addresses, so we'll send those out and very soon. And thank you guys for helping support the channel. And we're going to give you LifeWave. If you're not already using it, you're going to use it, and you're going to be like, dang, I get on this shit. So I've been on it for 3 years. It's fantastic. It's a great way to earn income as well, if you like. All right. So have a great team. If you're unsure about LifeWave, go into the LifeWave link or into my website, michaelkjaco.com, or into LifeWave Michael Jaco. And there is a info button you can hit, and I have a team that basically can help you out, help answer your questions, or help you sign up. Maybe sign up under doctors that are in my team, or whatever you want. All right. So it is definitely a great system that help you in many different ways, as me. So we're moving into a period where things are going to change very quickly. Especially if President Trump comes out, and that might be, I believe it is, the reason why he's been holding off on some of the things that we thought should have been taken care of. There's a long list of them, right? So once he activates that, I think that things are going to really take off. I think we'll see movement, people being freed that are behind bars, and all kind of crazy stuff. So it's going to be challenging for some because they're still not open-minded to this. They see something that's wrong instead of like the 100 things that are going great. They see one thing that they think should be fixed, and they focus on that, and they scream and yell, and it's not very helpful. Right? I learned that the hard way very early on in my career as a Navy SEAL. It's like, Jaco, if you don't have a solution, don't bitch. It's like, yes, Master Chief. So then that was actually good advice. So good advice so that I could keep advancing, and also good advice that I didn't ruffle some feathers, and also good advice that I started looking at things and finding solutions that really were very helpful, actually, to my community. And that's what we're trying to get you guys to get to. Coming up with activities and actions where you're involved in your communities and making some headway in taking down the deep state. Okay, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration because that activates your pineal gland in your heart, and you have basically the mind heart connection. All right. And then you connect with God, and God gives you answers. Right. So just ask. They're out there. Stay in the love vibration, and that basically frees you from the control system, because the control system is a control system of fear, negativity, anger, and so forth. So being in the love vibration, you break free from the controllers, like I've been talking about in this whole show, and then it gives you insights, great insights. Gosh, my wife has like been coming up so many great insights. I was like, dang, what? Well, she's always done that, but she's really coming out with them now. So I think a lot of us are really getting activated, and so it's a great time to be alive. A lot of people that have been on my shows have been saying that the coming year is going to be very transformative. So it's very it's a beautiful time. All right. Good night, Patriots, and stay in love vibration. We'll see you guys next time.
Hey, aloha, everyone. Michelle Malone. Really excited because today I have Michael Jaco on. We're going to be talking about intuition, and he is a master. He's an intuitive warrior. Let me just do a little quick intro of this amazing warrior guy. He used to be, let me get my notes here, Tier 1 Navy SEAL. He's a former Tier 1 Navy SEAL, 11 years working in the CIA, hunting terrorists around the world. He's also has over 20 years as an intuitive remote viewer, remote influencer. I really wanted this video today to be about understanding what's going on in the power inside our body. And Michael Jaco is one of the best in the world to talk about this. So thank you for joining me, Michael.
Thanks for having me, Michelle. Look forward to it.
So let's talk about, I always tell people this is not empty space where we're around. This is not empty. So tell us a little bit about your background in understanding also that there's something more to who we are as human beings than what we've been told.
I started when I was a little kid. I remember I would get really sick, and I don't think I was going to be here for very long. And then I'd see an angel, and then when I see the angel, I was like, okay, I'm gonna live. I'm gonna continue. The angels are watching over me, and I get better after that. So I had a lot of experiences with that as a little kid, being sick and seeing the angels, and I communicate with them occasionally. But as you get older, you're like, everybody's like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And I kept trying to tell my mom that I see the angels, and she's like, come up, they're in the room right now. And she'd come in, and of course they weren't there. But so I was like, well, maybe I am just hallucinating. I don't know, but I was seeing them. I believe it now because I saw one when I was in combat, a combat zone in Iraq. I thought I was dead, or I thought I was having an out-of-body experience, and I saw Archangel Michael, and I had this thought that, man, I really feel like I could help humanity. And then I was like, boop, back in time, back in my body. The explosion happened at a distance instead of on me. And then from that point on, I had these incredible abilities. But I'd kind of developed myself up to that point. So I think I was ready to really take another leap into the consciousness realm of intuition and connecting with, God source energies and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had an experience. I was like 12 years old, and I have a twin sister, and we were both on separate couches in the living room, and we were both afraid. We were both home by ourselves, and there was a lot of fear for us. And I remember all of a sudden being having paralysis, like sleep paralysis. I couldn't move, but I could see the hallway behind me, even though my eyes were closed. I could visually see the hallway, and there was a shadow man. There was a shadow something coming down the hall. And I just remember the fear was so intense. And I just said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, because there is something powerful with his name. And then I could move again. And I asked my sister, I said, did you just feel anything? And she had the exact same experience, time, said the exact same words.
Confirmation. Yeah, good.
And
That's beautiful. Yeah,
Have
it's
you
good
had?
when you get those confirmations like that from others, and that's one of the things that helps strengthen your inner knowing and how you're really connecting.
Yes, absolutely. Tell us a little bit. You have some amazing stories, you guys. He's got some books, Intuitive Warrior, at his website, michaeljaco.com. It's absolutely incredible. And I do have questions about that because you have a story about combat. And so tell us about, because it was something where the people around you really started to trust you after a while because you just seemed to know what was going to happen. Share a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'd been to the point where I was able to, because I was controlling the teams. I was the head of the teams that were the movements and so forth in Iraq and Afghanistan and some other places. So I would get the intuition. So I wouldn't tell anybody about it. I would just hold my teams up, and then there'd be an attack. Right at the time we're supposed to be on a road or so forth. And so people were kind of like noticing that seemed to have these abilities. So I was like, that's good. So they're getting comfortable with it. So eventually I was in Pakistan and I knew that this attack was coming. I couldn't control everybody. So I just told them, I said, stay off this road on this certain day because everybody traveled separately. We did different missions and operations and so forth. There's one road that we travel down quite often. Uh, and I said, stay off this road on this day during this time frame. And then there was an attack on that road. So everybody was like, what? What's going on? And I was like, well, I have this ability to see these things. And it's like, well, what's the next one? So I told them the next one, it was going to be a massive attack. I said, stay away from the embassy this time. And there was attack not far from where our embassy was, shut down the whole city. It was a massive attack. Hundreds of people died in a car bombing and multiple car bombings actually. And so everybody's like, okay, what's the next one? So I just kept telling everybody from that point on what the things that I saw. Eventually got to the point where I stopped telling them because I was influencing. I'd see the attacks and then I'd influence them. So I would go in and I'd send it love, I'd send it energy, I'd create a bubble of energy around these things. So I'd already been doing that for myself and my teams in the homes that we were living in. So then I got to the point where I was very comfortable with actually influencing things from not happening. So that was another level again.
That's why I do the prayers that I do them.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's seeing the world the way we want it to be. Seeing
Beautiful.
those in power who do not value human life or freedom or private property as bound and not able to do any more harm to the people. So I love that you said that. Now, are you doing anything like that now for as far as influencing as a regular practice?
Yeah, I do that quite frequently with like very negative figures in the world. There's been a few of them that have been influenced. I get because I would see people that have negative entities on them in combat. All of the terrorists that I was involved in tracking and taking down in some form or fashion, all of them are gone. So, and that was because I would send them love, and love is the strongest force in the universe. And if you're negative, very negative, that basically influences you, so that you're weak, as I understand it at this point. So I would send them love. Osama bin Laden, everybody knows that one. For a year before that, no one knew where he was. I was part of a team to help find him. The doctor that I was working with another case officer in the CIA, she said she was done working with him because he wasn't leading us anywhere. I said, I think he's going to lead us to Osama bin Laden. And he did. And the rest is history. He was gone. So all I would do is just focus on Osama bin Laden and send him love. It's kind of like that one guy that does the Ho'oponopono, where he just, sends the love. He takes responsibility for everything. It sends it love, says thank you. And that's kind of what I would do, and it just happened every time I would do that. It would take about a year and those people were gone. And I've done that with many political figures that are out there right now. I'm not going to name names, but there's a lot of people that have been very negative to the world that are no longer around.
Yeah, we need to. I'm going to be starting to do that with our governor because our governor, you guys, just so
I'll
you know,
help you.
I don't know if people know about what's happening in Hawaii. We're in the state of an emergency right now. Our governor has signed 9 emergency proclamations based on administrative issues. He suspended 32 laws without legislation. We have an emergency proclamation because we don't have enough school bus drivers. And this man is he's something special. So we'll talk a little more about him later. But I do want to go back to this. If somebody's hearing this for the first time, because we all have intuition. And that's something that we can build on and we can grow and we can expand on, like you have, because you've been doing this for many years, decades, really.
Right.
I remember being a child. This is another quick story. I was a child and I was playing with my Barbie dolls, and I had a can of Aquanet hairspray, and I was trying to put a nail in the this hairspray can for some reason to do something with my Barbie dolls. And I was little, and I just all of a sudden I have a hammer, and all of a sudden I just feel this stop. And it was just like there was something around me that was like, do not do not hammer this nail into this can. And I just put the hand, and I felt how dangerous it was all of a sudden at once, and I put it down. But if someone is trying to expand this and learn how to be a stronger intuitive person, intuitive warrior, what would you tell them?
Just like, like I experienced, I learned to send love. So if you try and go after something that's negative, like your governor, if you're like, I'm going to fight him, I'm going to conquer him. So often those types of people, like your governor, are surrounded by negative entities. And so they're extremely powerful in that realm. They will defeat you. That's how I ended up, floating on my body, because I tried to actually go against a demon that was attached to a guy that was causing a lot of the destruction and attacks in Iraq at the time. So then I learned from that, and I started sending love, and that guy was soon gone. Like I've talked about, all the people that I focused on with love are gone. So if you go after them in a negative way, that they can be negative for you. So you can do that with people. I've worked with a lot of people. I've helped a lot of people. But if that person has maybe a destiny, which I've learned with some people, you can help only so much. If they have a destiny or they have an idea how they want things to go, they get they like the influence from negative forces or so forth. They will continue to pull those on, and that's their path. They have to learn from that, and that's why they're probably here to learn certain things. So don't get so wrapped up in helping everybody. Some people don't want to be helped. Some people are in the negative realm and they like it. So if someone does come to you for help, obviously help them. If you feel that you can help somebody, ask them. Don't force it. Right? You can send love to everybody, and everything. That's not a negative. And that's a given. You can always help people by sending them love. But whether they accept that love and do something positive with that love, as I can tell you with most of the terrorists that I focus that love on, that doesn't always work out so good for them, right? So just be aware of that as well. So if there's people in your life that you want to help, you can send them love. If there's things that you want to manifest, if it's an egoic way of manifesting, probably not going to get a lot of traction with that. But if you're doing it for the greater good, like if you want to create a health center that's going to help a lot of people, or you want to help the homeless, you're trying to get some kind of government funding or something, you start to send it, use your intuition, send it love, see it in your mind manifesting. Those are the things that really manifest extremely fast. But some people are like, I've been trying to get this Lamborghini for a long time, like you said, Mike, and I keep focusing on it. It just doesn't come. I'm like, yeah, well, keep trying. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's true. And I love what you said is about sending love, because the narrative is always around anger, hatred, separation. They want us to be angry, not like each other, and also confusion. Confusion is another one too. So, but when you send love, it's clear and it changes your frequency. It absolutely changes your frequency away from anger and hatred. And that's something that I've had to work on myself because I've been so angry with our governor. But seeing the world as the way that we want it in the prayers that I do at the end is just absolutely, then again, this is not an empty space. And so actually that's what I wanted to ask you too, is about, because you said if that is their path, do you think this is a simulation we're in? What do you think about the world?
Yeah, I mean, we can go all the way back to 2012. There was a path that humanity was on that was not going to be a good one. There was a lot of us that worked to basically take us off that path and put us on a more positive one. So we're on a different path than the one that we were supposed to be on. And so we're on a very much more positive path. It's trying to be hijacked again, but it's not going to happen. We feel those forces that are trying to come in and take down humanity. There's a lot of different ones. Some people focus on them. I don't focus on them. I observe them. So focusing on a negative can actually manifest that in your life as well. So that's another key in this world of intuition. So if you want to manifest something positive for yourself, the world, your family, and on, focus on the positive things and, send it love and see it happening the way you want it to happen. That's what a lot of us did when we're on this negative path in 2012. We're focused on creating another path. And here we are on this path. Is, like I said, this is the last ditch effort to try and sabotage humanity from rising in consciousness. It's basically a done deal. We're gonna ascend consciousness wise, but there will be continual attacks, and it's like someone that's like a little dog that's nipping at your heels, and you're like you're running up the road, and you're gonna outrun them, and they're gonna like give up eventually. That's kind of the way I see the deep state and all the different entities that are kind of negative in our world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to let people know I'm at my friend's ranch right now in Waimea, and so I do have horses behind me.
That's beautiful.
Jumping up the grass. Yes. The other thing I wanted to share around this is the media's always bombarding us with fear, but also I've noticed too, and I've done this as well, is it's important to prepare, absolutely, 100%. And it's important to understand where the dollar's going, getting out of the dollar, going into precious metals. But not to fear it, not to fear it. It's like keeping that love and keeping that knowingness that you're always taking care of, because that is one thing that I've thought about a lot, is that the media and also other influencers are always like fear, 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 be afraid. There's something's coming down the pipe. And that is what actually helps to create it. So I'm like, oh, you guys see the world as free. What do you say about that? And then I have another question. I kind of want to change the subject to one more other.
Yeah, there's being observant, being aware of situations that can happen. I'm in combat zones. I can just focus on positive things and flowers and stuff, but there is a reality that that's around us. We have to be aware of it. We have to prepare for certain potential eventualities, but not to the point where we're scared and we're just like we can't function because we're so scared these things are going to happen. That's going to pretty much manifest. Well, it's manifesting in your life if you're scared and you can't function.
Yep.
So it's already manifested. So you need to be in a position and in a place in your consciousness, in your mind, your body, and your soul, and your surroundings. I have beautiful surroundings. I always put myself in beautiful surroundings and in environments that are very positive for my own soul development, like keeping myself in a high vibrational level. I don't, watch crazy stuff. I'm not a fan of horror movies, so I don't watch, crazy stuff. Some people like that fear, but that's you're manifesting that in your life. There's plenty of fear around us. Focus on, like you said, the positive things. So yeah, I'm an influencer. I think that the influencers are the ones that really are, pushing consciousness at this point. So I'm very aware, because I'm always trying to bring in very positive things. I talked about in my last show, and some people get it, some people don't, but I still, drop in very informative information. Like Devil's Tower, that used to be a tree, and there's trees like that, that have been, they're like stone now, that can happen. So I tell people it's kind of like Avatar. Our planet used to be like Avatar. It used to be very beautiful, and these evil beings came and, kind of like an Avatar, but they were humans. They came in and started to, change our world. So we're changing it back. We're changing it back into a Garden of Eden. It's moving that direction. Of course, you're in a place where they're really trying to take down one of the most beautiful places in the world and destroy it. But they've been doing that for thousands and thousands of years. It's a progressive type thing they've been doing. So becoming aware of that and stopping that, so you can say, well, I don't want to focus on the negative, but that is a reality. So you have to focus on, like we're talking about, sending love to your governor. He's not the sole source of this problem, but he is one of the problems. So if you start taking down, like we used to do, we started taking down all of these terrorist leaders. Someone else would step up, and then it got to the point where no one wanted to step up anymore because they kept getting taken down. So that's kind of where we're at. We're taking down this evil cabal one by one. It's happening all over the world, and once we do that, then we turn this place back into the Garden of Eden. We have consciousness levels that are, expansive. We have off-world visitors. We travel off-world. All that's coming, but it doesn't come until we, take down this evil cabal.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. When I do the prayers, and I'll do one at the end, is binding him with Christ consciousness of unconditional love.
Love
And
it.
that frequency of love either turns his heart or has him change his actions or removes him in whatever way the movie wants to show us. And
Perfect.
that's what I think it is. I think we're in some type of movie, and then we're each playing our part, because it's
Yeah.
not a mistake that you were guided to being a Navy SEAL and then CIA operative. And then it's like all of this stuff why? You could have been a painter, So
Sure.
it's like something is guiding us. And for myself, fitness trainer, and then guided here to the islands, something is here that's helping us. And that's why I think it is a game. And I do absolutely believe this used to be some type of Avatar world where we had more telepathy with the animals, because there is telepathy there. We just, we don't understand it as much as the animal does, or some people are stronger in that as well. But I also feel that we could at one point communicate with the vegetation and the plants, because everything is a frequency. So there's nothing that's not. So I want to talk now a little bit about well, if there's anything you want to share about that topic, and then I want to talk about reincarnation, because you have that in your.
That's fantastic. I was just thinking about that, how it could, like, kind of filter things over in that direction. And here you're mentioning it. So this is a, result of two people that are very intuitive. We've worked together quite a bit. So we ping off each other. We know kind of like where things are going. So that's kind of cool. That's something that everybody can see right now. So we're both and the horses, when they started coming up, the energy was really good. They like that. So animals are attracted to that. So it's cool.
Yeah, they definitely they feel it, and also feel not if feel the reverse as well. So it's really interesting. And also this is something, you guys, that people can strengthen, and that's one thing that I really invite people and encourage people to do. It's like, I like to go around, and when I was in Oahu, we were just in Oahu I was helping my friend with her surgery, and we were downtown, and I was feeling anxiety. I was feeling anxious and anxiety. And then my friend was like, "Are you sure that's yours?" Because I don't usually feel that. And I was like, "You're right. We're walking around, and it's Christmas time, and there's tons of people, which I'm not used to being around." So it is a feeling. So you can strengthen it. Let's talk about reincarnation.
Yeah.
And also,
That's interesting what your friend said. That's very intriguing, because I'm an empath. Obviously, you are, and so when you get those feelings, that's for everybody. When you get some feelings like that, it could be because you're just picking up on other people's energy. So that's something to be aware of as well. Cool.
Yeah, I was in a store once, and I remember all of a sudden tears just started coming. I was crying, and I couldn't stop crying. And I was like, "Why am I crying?" And there was nothing for me to cry about. And then I just asked, I said, "Is this mine?" And I was like, "No, it's not." And as soon as it was a no, I was like, "Return to sender with love," and I stopped crying. But literally, it was like a waterfall. And yeah, so that is and we all have that ability at some point, at some level. Everybody has that, and it's something that that it's important to ask if it's yours, because if you're not feeling good, if you're feeling anxiety, is this mine? And if it's not, you return to sender with love, and so you can stay grounded in doing whatever it is that you're up to at that time.
Yeah. And that empathy, you're probably people are like, Mike, you're like a warrior. You don't have empathy, do you? Yes. And that's probably why I survived so well, because I could feel the enemy, and I had compassion for them. And I would, send them love, and sometimes I'd send them bullets, unfortunately, that they were wounded. They learned from that experience, and they never mess with us again. But no one in my group or in the groups that I was confronted with were allowing some of those terrorists, but I gave them the chance. I gave them the love. So that was their path. That was their choice.
Yep, that's their kuleana. That's what we say up here. Reincarnation, Michael. What do you think about that? And I just saw your book, and I'm not gonna be able to pronounce this. King Abimelech of Gera, who was allied with Abraham. Talk a little bit about.
Abimelech, yeah. So I have all these memories. I would get these insights. Sometimes I would get I had psychics that would help me eventually in the beginning stages, because I wasn't able to kind of tap into those energies at first. My remote viewing enabled me to go into those lifetimes eventually, because I was like, I'm looking into the future. Why can't I just go into the past? So that's kind of the stuff I started to do. But I had some very, very high level psychics that were helping me, and they were able to guide me. So they would kind of guide me. They would tell me who I was, and I would look at the time frame. I was like, I've always, felt very strong about that. And so I have memories of being with Abraham. I was one of the kings in what the area would be now Israel, and we defeated a lot of the people, the tribes around there. He was of the one God, and there were a lot of the tribes in that area were of the many gods. They're into child sacrifice, which Abraham almost did child sacrifice, but he was like, "Oh, the angel stopped me." That's kind of a story, but it is what it is. It worked out pretty good. So I have memories of that, and I have memories of us like in chariots with horses, and I was like, "There's no horses in that area. What am I thinking about?" And there is. You go back in time, and you can see that the horses were there in Israel during the time frame that I'm talking about. And so you start to get those keys when you have these memories of a past life. You start to look in the time frame. It's much easier now, because when I started to go into this, the internet wasn't that good, and you usually had to go to the library to get information. But I was able to really tap into some of these things, and I just really calmed myself and went into a meditative state, and just looked at that time frame, and it's got all these images and visions, and working with people, and people that I'm with now are with me again in this life. So it's pretty impressive when you start to make the connections.
Yeah, and Jesus actually talked about reincarnation. It's not in the Bible. So what people don't understand is Constantine, the Council of Nicaea, literally decided what was going to be put into this King James, is the version that we have, the 1611 version that we have. And many books, I heard it was that it's like 75 books were kept out. And part of it was the fact that Jesus did talk about reincarnation. And so people who do follow the Bible, it's something you need to look deeper into. But I do want to talk about the well, first of all, I want to talk about get your opinion on that, but also the fact that this evilness that does run the world, because there is an evil here, it's some type of spiritual war, has been here for thousands of years. And this child sacrifice has been going on for a very, very long time. What would you say?
So it's I have lifetime where I remember with Jesus, and I was a centurion. So I gave him the option. I was like, I can you don't have to do the cross thing. And he's like, this is part of my path. I'm going to do that because I'm going to show that you can come back from the dead. And so that's what he did. And You start to make those connections, and it's pretty impressive. Now, Constantine the Great, I was Constantine the Great, and Constantine the Great basically said that the reason why he controlled the information about past lifetimes is because there were many wars that were going on, because people were having such a crazy fit about that being included within the works of the Bible. So Constantine, I'm just going to take it out, and there won't be any problem. So that's, you kind of look at bigger picture. You start to see some of these things. Constantine was a sun worshiper, become a Christian? No. So, but he supported Christianity, and of course, Christianity became part of the Roman Empire and went forward. So those are some of the contributions that you do throughout time. So imagine being back in the time frame of Abraham, and there was a mystic in Israel at the time, and that was Jesus. And Jesus worked with a lot of people, and I remember working with him there. And then I remember working with him in the lifetime as Yeshua, and when he was crucified. But I'd had many lifetimes with him before that, and then lifetimes in the future, I brought in the religion to be the powerhouse that it is today. So that's one of the things I do in many lifetimes. I've done that with many other religions. I've done it with Buddhism. So I was with Buddha as well, and helped bring in Buddhism to the point where it is now. So crazy stuff. I mean, it's hard for some people, like, you think you were all those things. Those were not easy lives.
No, yeah, definitely. Back in the day, it's like, what was somebody was saying, Michelle, would you want to be a queen in the medieval times or here? And I'm all here. They didn't have
Yeah, you would. So
absolutely.
your whole family and all the royalties.
And so let's talk about one, what's happening now, especially with Israel, but also the fact that there's something else that's running. And it's a deeper, I feel what the research I've done is that there's some type of energy, of frequency, of evilness that does want the planet to go in a certain way. But you're right about the ascension, because so much truth is being revealed about what it is that we truly are. And there's also the fact that there have been chakras in our bodies that go down into the earth, that go up into the ethers, that we haven't been told about. And once we start actually aligning those different chakras, that's when it's like game over. And that information is coming out. So what do you think about Israel and what's happening now? And then lastly, about the evil that is still here, still running things?
Yeah, I mean, we got pretty close to a one world government, new world order, as they said it for a long time. The Trump team, obviously not just Trump, but there's a whole team behind him. Some of them good within his team, some of them bad. Even in his first administration, he had to dump a lot of people. He's done a lot better this time, but there's still some people in there that are, like, dragging their feet and causing things not to happen. But with a one world religion, that was going to be in Israel, and I think that's been stopped out. So they were going to have, like, the hologram, in the sky of, it would be Jesus for those that are Christians. It would be I forget what the Muslims, what their
Allah?
who is it?
Is it Allah?
Not Allah, not the God, but there was supposed to be some prophet or something that was supposed to come back, kind of like a Jesus figure. Not Muhammad, but it was, I forget who it is. But anyway, it would be whatever your religion is, you would see that. So that's kind of the way that it was going to be hologrammed in the sky. And so that would, impact your consciousness. You would see what you wanted to see. And of course, we all do that now. I tell this story all the time. Think about the time where you bought a brand new car. It's like it's brand new to you, and then you buy it, and it's like, I got this car, and you've never really seen this car before on the street, but once you buy it, you see it everywhere.
Yeah,
So
right.
it's kind of, you can see what you are focused on, and that happens for a lot of things. So some of us can see things on different consciousness levels and so forth, but as far as like this this one world religion that was coming, that was supposed to be started in Israel. So we've heard that Israel will be saved for last. It's basically being shut down for a lot of these New World Order type stuff. It's a like I say the area when I talked about my lifetime with Abraham, I said in the area of Israel, but it wasn't really known as that back then. And there wasn't a six-pointed star back then. It wasn't all these different things that we seem to think this is all about Israel. The six-pointed star is like a Rothschild symbol.
That's right. And that's completely right. There's only one place in the Bible that the six-pointed star is, and it actually says you're worshiping your God. Was it not Moloch, but Remphan. You're worshiping the god Remphan with this symbol, and that's the only place in the Bible that it's at. So it's very interesting that more people don't understand that the Star of David is actually that wasn't his star.
No.
So it was yeah, and that's another thing too, is because there's so much symbolism. So the book that I wrote, Death of Freedom, I actually had another chapter, a whole chapter on symbolism in the government, but I'm like, it kept growing. I'm like, I can't put this in because it's a whole nother book. So I'm doing
That was one of the Q posts. Symbolism will be their downfall, and that's great because you've really done an exceptional job. Your work has been phenomenal at that level. Really digging down, like you talk about, and finding where this all started, and exposing that. And that's part of what being intuitive is about. You're not like just casting about, and exactly where to cast your line and get the fish. So that's what intuition's all about too. You really know how to like dig in the right places and get the right information, and then serve humanity by revealing that information. It takes a lot of courage to do that because you're going to get a lot of pushback, even by people that are well-meaning. I talked about last night in a show that I'd been in Miami and I saw like a homeless population poop in the streets and drug use and all that kind of stuff. And several people came in the chat. I've been in Miami for like 50 years or whatever, and I've never seen anything like that. Again, you see what you want to see, and there was probably a lot of, in Rome before the Vandals came in and basically sacked Rome. There's probably a lot of Romans in there, like no one will ever be able to take us down. And of course, their history after that, Rome was gone. So it is something that is, that egoic, closed-mindedness is something we try to break through. But it's very difficult, and they will try to attack you to make you the enemy when you try and bring out information to help them.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that because I've had people, say that, oh, that didn't happen. I remember my second book, The Great Maui Land Grab, and I was on with some people and they couldn't believe what I was saying. And I'm like, I have pictures. I can show you the people didn't burn the way that you regularly burn in a fire. And so that is quite true. And I also feel that people are going to wake up when they're ready because this information is so heavy and it is scary for people. My mom, she's actually listening to the audiobook, and because she actually wrote me and she told me she was proud of me and she was happy but she like had a stack of the red pills in her house, so I mean, so yeah.
Some of them are tough to swallow. Yeah, you gotta. I'll be with that one for a little while. I got to be with that red pill for a while. And that's the way a lot of us have been. We've gone through that work, and we're trying to help others, and we can see the process. I'm not dissing anyone because you don't get it. If your pineal gland isn't clean because it's calcified and you can't make the connections, I understand. A lot of us have been through, going through this process, cleaning our pineal glands and making the connections, and then helping others make those connections. It's a process.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really true. You have to be ready, and the detoxing is really important because they have been bombarding us with the chemtrails, with the soil, with everything. Just so you guys know, the horses are on this side now, but if you hear them neighing or anything like that. But I do wanted to share around, we have actions, you guys. There's actions that you can take. what are called citizen memorandums against the chemtrails, against the climate change narrative, and also against something else. I'm going to put this on YouTube, so I don't want to say anything about the thingy. I got a strike again, and in YouTube probation for like the past year, and then I was out for 2 weeks, and I got put back in, and I didn't even say anything. I'm like, what? There wasn't anything about a medical anything, but they said I had medical misinformation, so won't mention anything about that.
Yeah,
but anyway, let's go back to the world.
So it's frustrating.
Oh my gosh.
I have one that expires today. I got a warning and expires today. So I'm like, okay, I can get another warning now. So I'm woo. Like,
yeah, right.
I have a little cover. I can talk a little, I'll try and push it like you. Everyone knows at this point, there's we're very, very sliver-like with our free speech again. It's not complete. It wasn't complete ever. They pressed really, really hard. They almost got away with controlling the whole world. It was very, very close.
Oh, it was close.
And it was close because of many of us, push back and help people wake up that it didn't happen.
And that's why we need numbers. We need numbers to do this work and take these actions and put the government back in their place, because the Congress was never supposed to have this kind of power. That's not what the founding fathers wanted for this country. So, but they did because of the agencies that were created in the District of Columbia, which was outside of the United States, and those agencies' fingers were they put themselves into the sovereign states, and that's how freedom got taken away, because of the rules, regulations, policies of these agencies. So people are like, what happened? That's basically in a nutshell what happened. But I want to go back to you, because your work is so amazing and so helpful. You've helped so many people with your intuitive warrior, because I really feel that that's the next stage of humanity. For those of us some people think they're going to go toward AI, and they're going to get the chip, and they're going to be able to play video games with just their mind. That's transhumanism. That takes you away from really exploring and understanding what you are, and the frequency are, and the power that you have is astronomical. That's why we're bombarded by all these poisons, because they know how powerful we are. We don't know. But you definitely are one of the warriors that are helping wake people up with the knowledge of understanding what we are, the frequency of what we are. So I want to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you. And so that transhumanism, people want that to a certain extent. They're convinced that, that's going to be good for you. We just saw in Australia where they took away the social media rights of, I guess 16 and below. That's just a creep. And Australia's been doing this for quite some time. It took away everybody's guns, and now they're taking away the social media. And of course, they come in and say, this is why, they have all these stories of, bad things that happen. 1 out of a million, they find one, and it's like, okay, see, this is why we got to, take away their free will and their ability to communicate with each other, because we know that they're the next generation. And if we can stop them from communicating with each other, then we can have control of the next generation. So that's crazy. So I think they let them do it, because I don't know what's going on in Australia, but they keep getting away with some crazy stuff like that. But we all have these powers. Mm-hmm. People are like, well, I want the chip because I want to have the power to communicate with the computer and so forth. I mean, we all have these powers already. We just demonstrated how, I was thinking about, past lives, and you bring it up. But you can communicate, you can be thinking about something, the phone rings, it's that person. Almost everybody's had that. Most people don't go, I like that. I'd like more of that. Thank you. Most people are like, it's just a coincidence. And you're basically telling your mind, you don't want that. So it doesn't happen that much for you. But if you start to, have these abilities, then they'll come more and more to you. Like a lot of people are like, well, I'd like to make my whole state, safe and get rid of the baddies. Well, you can do that, but you have to learn a few things that you can't hate on them, because if you hate on them, you power them up. So right. Every time you think one negative, you have to back it up by 10 positives. That's how powerful a negative thought or a negative action is. So it takes a lot of energy to overcome that because we're in a fairly negative world. We have all these influences and so forth from education, politics, churches. There's lots of negative out there to keep us in these negative frequencies. So breaking free from that is a monumental task, and when you do, you're one of a very small percentage of humanity, but you can have a massive impact. Like I've talked about how I've had these impacts where really bad people have gone away, and it's like not really that much of a. It's not like a whole army came at them. It's just one guy with the love energy. So it's like, that's what we have the power of. If I can do it, you can do it. But I go to conferences and I speak at events. I have people come up, I muscle test them. You're strong when you're thinking love, all right? I can manipulate energies. I can run my hands down a body and have them raise their arms because I just ran my hands down the body. Their energy flow is going down. So I just muscle test them with their arms up and boop, the arms just go down. Everybody's like, what did you do? And the audience is like, wow, But it's just understanding energy. And then I teach them how I can do that. And if they hold the love vibration and I try and press down, even after sweeping them, I can do it with my mind too. I show them how I don't even use my hands. I just think it, and they're weak. And so I'm like, all right, I show them, have them raise their arms, hold the love frequency, think of love, and they're like much stronger than they ever were. So I can show that to people. And then I was like, okay, so we're going to send love to Governor so-and-so. And they're like, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. I hate that government, control system. They came in and took people's money out of their bank accounts, seized it. So that's crazy. I have a friend, Brad Wozny, that had that happen to him. And he was trapped in Costa Rica for a couple of years because they basically wouldn't allow him to come back in the United States, wouldn't allow him to come back into Canada. He was a man without a country for years.
Wow. Yeah, there's other things. I found a bank alternative that actually uses precious metals.
Good.
And I couldn't believe how fast that money is growing now because how fast the silver and gold and silver is going up. It's pretty amazing. But absolutely. And also each one of us, I feel, is here for a reason. I feel like, again, you could have been anything. You chose to be a Navy SEAL, a CIA, and now doing this work. And that's why if you guys are watching this, it's not a mistake you're watching. There's something that's guiding you to doing this. You guys can go to I'm going to do monthly Let's Take Action events. And you can take action in your own area. I'll give you guys a template that you can use for your area to start to send citizen memorandums to your legislative body. Our power is citizen memorandums, affidavits, and bills. Getting bills passed through Congress, through the legislative body. So those are our powers. Let's do it. Let's do it. And then the fourth power is don't comply. Just don't freaking comply. Because that's the other thing too. These beaches were supposed to be shut down in California. I was in Santa Cruz, and the best beginner surf spot in the beach in Santa Cruz is Cowell's Beach. And I went there, and there's this huge sign, huge, beach closed, and the beach was packed with people walking by the sign. Nobody was around saying anything because so many people. You can't stop a horde of people that are saying no. So that's the other thing I want to share too, is don't be afraid. I've had to pray to the infinite creator when I've gone into stores without masks on. And every time I did, it worked out. It was scary. There was things that happened. The cops got called. But then we end up taking the police chief to the police commissioner, complained against him and the 5 officers that came. He ends up retiring 2 months later. So, it's like, just take this action, trust in your journey. They want us to be afraid. And our source of what we are, the core of what we are, is not afraid. It's loving and it's courageous, and we've got this. So
yeah, that's good. I'm in Incline Village, north of Lake Tahoe, but I was in South Lake Tahoe when all the restrictions were coming in back in 2021 and so forth. But our I knew a lot of the guys that were in the sheriff's office and so forth, and they didn't push anything. If you did follow the rules, they looked the other way or didn't do anything. So we had a lot of people on the beaches too. It was really good.
Nice. That's exactly what needs to happen. Jacob, is there anything else you want to share? And then we'll do a prayer.
No, I'm looking forward to the prayer. Yeah, that's the most powerful thing that we can do right now, and that's going to attract us to the people, places, and times that we need to really make the change that it's going to make our lives and our country better.
Awesome. I totally agree. All right. So I invite you to close your eyes and drop into your human body. Whatever it is you're feeling, let yourself feel that frequency without trying to fix it or make it right or wrong or good or bad. You are here on the planet exactly in the location on Earth you're supposed to be in, and you are completely guided. You are guided to watching this video. You are guided in your life. And just take a deep breath and let your chest expand with that inhale, and then just exhale. And notice your human body. Your body is breathing itself. There is an infinite creator that's beating your heart. This infinite creator of love is moving the sun slowly across the sky. It's running the tides. It's guiding the honeybees to their flower, and it's guiding you on your journey right now in this present moment. So just notice where you're at in the world and find in your own heart that frequency of peace, that feeling of freedom to do whatever it is that you want to do, as long as you're not harming yourself or others. Give yourself permission to feel free. Give yourself permission right now to feel that all people, all sentient beings are safe on the planet. Give yourself permission to explore this emotional frequency in your own body first. Where would it be if peace and freedom were a tree in your body? Where would the roots be? Where do you feel it the most? Freedom and peace. And just put one hand right there where you feel it and one hand on your heart, and breathing into this, fully embracing yourself, your own journey. It hasn't been easy for anybody. So having compassion for yourself, Buddha says you, more than anyone in the entire universe, deserve your love and compassion. So sending yourself compassion and love, and noticing that feeling in your body that you are free, that you are at peace in your life and in the world right now. And now we feel that frequency, and you can place your hands on your lap, and we send it to the room we're in, the exact room. Let that frequency go out to the room like it's pressing against the walls, this feeling of freedom and of peace. And now sending it to your entire house, all the rooms around your house, all your neighborhood, like this frequency of peace and of freedom and of love goes out your house, goes down your neighborhood like the wave of an ocean. It just starts to encompass all of your area of where you live, your town, your city, your state, your province. It starts to just go out all the way, your entire country, your entire nation. The sister nations, ours, mine, is all the Hawaii Islands. My frequency goes out to the mainland and to Canada and to Mexico. It goes out to Europe, to Ukraine, goes out to Gaza, to Israel, to China, to Australia, to New Zealand. And it wraps around the whole entire planet. This frequency of love, of peace, of harmony, and of freedom, that all people matter, that our children are safe. And right now, we Great Spirit, we are so grateful that we can feel this frequency around the planet, and we know it is done, that this world is becoming a better place. And we call forth all angels to be with anybody who is being held against their will, that the path to freedom is lit up so brightly that there can be no evil around it, that these people who are held against their will right now are freed, that they are kept safe at this present moment and throughout their journey toward freedom. It is done. It is done. It is done. Thank you so much, Great Spirit. Great Spirit, we send so much love. The frequency that grows the vegetation, that grows the grass, that grows the trees behind me, that frequency of love, we send it to all leaders around the world, to all leaders. We bind them with this frequency of Christ consciousness of unconditional love, that their hearts be turned toward doing what is right for the people, or they be peaceably removed from power or removed in whatever way that is fitting at this time. We call forth that right now. We know it is done because we call it forth. Great Spirit, thank you so much for always guiding each one of us. We send so much. Mahalo nui loa. Thank you so much to Jaco and his family and his journey, his own journey, which has not been easy either.